exists to support your intuition around the body's wisdom. And specifically, when it comes to, I think, one of the most, and I'm sure you would agree, penetrative, memes, let's say, penetrative thought viruses that exists collectively, which is that you can be exposed to an invisible particle, or I guess more, materially, the fluids of a sick person, and you can have an experience of your body that you wouldn't otherwise have. So before we dive in, I just wanted to share one of the first times that I was opened up, to this idea that perhaps germs don't cause disease was when I was talking to my then mentor, Dr. Nicholas Gonzalez. And he was telling me about something I've never heard about before or since, which is called Keshan's disease, right? And so you have several examples in the book, like pellagra and scurvy, of these assumed to be contagious phenomenon that ultimately turned out to be nutritional, right? So in this particular instance, it was like a province in China that was experiencing a seeming epidemic of cardiomyopathy. And there was even the thought to deploy pharmaceutical interventions in injectable form because of the assumption that this was contagious. And when there was further investigation of some epidemiologic anomalies, they found that in the places where people had the symptoms, they had specifically selenium depleted soil. And so clearly this was, proximity was not causality. And that was one of the first times I thought, oh my gosh, the danger of assumptions, right? The danger of assumptions. And perhaps it's all, by design and a reflection of deeper layers of consciousness that I think we'll get to unpack in this hour. So first of all, welcome. And second of all, I'm really interested in your initial aha moments around this subject and to know, what started this snowball, tumbling down the mountain that turned into over 1,000 references that, in my opinion, it would be impossible to resolve the cognitive dissonance that you would have reading this book and remaining with the conclusion that there is such a phenomenon called contagion and such a specific enemy out there called a germ. So I'd love to just hear a little bit about your story, making the shift into, this perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, Kelly. I'm really excited to speak with you and looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have this evening. I was first exposed to this idea that germs may not cause disease in my undergraduate degree. So 2006, 2007, I was introduced to this for the first time, and I immediately dismissed it because I thought, I'm here to learn science, paying a lot of money for my degree and learn the real stuff. I don't want this pseudoscience thrown at me. And they taught us in the degree at that time about terrain theory. So all the things that we're talking about now, they taught us back then, and I threw it out. Not entirely. I approached the way that I practiced after I graduated with a dualistic perspective, that there are germs that can make you sick, but if your terrain is healthy enough, if your immune system's functioning well, and you're doing all the right things to support your immune system, you can be exposed to any germ and you won't get sick. And then in early 2020, I heard Dr. Tom Cowan and Dr. Andy Kaufman and doctors like yourself following them, and Dr. Sam and Mark Bailey as well, a little bit later, talking about the same idea, and I thought, there's got to be something to this. I've heard about this before. And my position at that time, I was a senior lecturer at a university. I'm no longer working there for various reasons, but I knew that as a part of my position, giving public talks and presentations and lectures, that this topic would come up. So I knew that I had to look into it and get enough information so that I could answer people's questions confidently. So I decided to start at the beginning. Thought, I'm just going to go back to when germ theory first came about, and even before then. I just started amassing a repository of information. And Roman Bystrianic, who's the co-author of Dissolving Illusions, which is a fantastic book, he caught wind of this and contacted me and said, look, man, you've got to put all this stuff into a book. You've got so many references and experiments there that disprove this idea of contagion. And I originally thought I was just going to put it into a little booklet that'd take me a couple of months to write. And 4 years later, early this year, 2024 in March, I published the book. So after 4 years of work and reading hundreds and thousands of papers and working with a team of fantastic scientists and doctors and virologists and a microbiologist and a psychologist as well, because there's a lot of psychology involved in this book, we published a book which I think really challenges this long-held belief about contagion and certainly gives people who are on the fence or even who dismiss this idea something to think about.
How easy was it for you to access these references? Because when I was in my, 10,000 hour rabbit hole around the subject of infectious disease, it was back in it started, I would say, back in 2009. And I had, PubMed open to me, and I could search various pre-existing, websites and databases. And it was just a matter of taking the time, honestly. Everything was available. And obviously, since then, sometimes I even think with my daughters, I'm like, if they wanted to even look up something on Google these days, and particularly since, probably 2018 and 19 with algorithmic changes, they literally wouldn't be exposed to these resources. They wouldn't come up. Probably they'd be deeply buried on page 20 of the search results. So how easy was it to come upon, especially historical information, or did you have to bob and weave through censorship gates?
Yeah, it's not easy to find that information. And that's one of the reasons why I wrote the book, is for it to be a reference book, basically a textbook, written in a way that's entertaining enough for people so they don't get bored out of their mind. But that's essentially what it is. It's a textbook, it's a reference book with all those experiments there for people to access readily. Some of these references were incredibly difficult to find, even the major ones. Like, a lot of people talk about the Rosenau studies, which are the ones done by the US Department of Health and the US Navy in 1919 with the Spanish flu. Everyone talks about these. And that was incredibly difficult to find the full document. It was like a 120-page document. And if you go into PubMed and look for it, it doesn't show up. And if you really dig in PubMed, you'll find one part of it, but you won't find the other 2/3. So for me to find the full text took me weeks, literally 8 hours a day. I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking, and you eventually find it. You go, great, now I've got this. And then you'll read some of what they're saying, and they'll mention another author's name, or they'll mention another experiment. You go, right, well, now I need to go and find this one. So all I've got now to work with is a surname and a date. And now I'm trawling through the literature trying to find this stuff. And sometimes it's in German, sometimes it's in Spanish and French. It's just incredibly time-consuming to find this stuff. So yes, there are 1,000+ references in there. And I probably could have wrote it in a much shorter time. And, Kelly, I'm not surprised that it's not readily available, because if it was, I think people would ask some pretty important questions around this idea of contagion. Certainly doctors would when they're going through their training, and no one gets exposed to this stuff. So even if they went looking for it, they would find nothing. So they would the feeling and the thought of trying to investigate further would pass. It's like, oh, it's too hard to find anything. I'll just let it go. And you go about your career never to think of it again. So hopefully this book does what it set out to do, is to be a reference material for the general public and for medical and health professionals alike.
So you talk about the untold story that clearly you have unearthed through these Herculean efforts you've made over these 4 years. And part of the untold story that you document is that there were so-called anti-contagionists in history, right? So if we assume that the dominant narrative that we're fed by, culture and health mandates and colloquial phrases and all that stuff today is, it's just sort of like arose, like we developed the knowledge and now here is the knowledge, right? It tells a very different story than what you have exposed. So I wonder if you could give a couple of the teaser highlights of this, historical, sort of dualism around this idea that either contagion is something to worry about as a human being, or it's actually, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to worry about. Because I don't imagine that many people would know that there were discussions about what so many of our colleagues are coming to understand about the nature of the human body and our relationship to microbes today, right? Like we're digging up, most of us, some of these older concepts that already have existed. We're not coming up with new ones necessarily to help understand, relationships. So yeah, could you share a little bit about that for people who've never heard of what the hell I was just talking about for the past, couple of minutes?
Sure. We're under the assumption that germ theory manifested itself after years and years and years of trial and error and doctors accruing information, and we eventually had an accumulation of sufficient evidence to suggest that, hey, maybe germs cause disease. And then we have Pasteur come along and he does some of the final scientific experiments to prove for sure that our assumption and all of this accumulated evidence factual. And now we've proven it. That's it. No more questions. It's all good. That's not the way it happened. They were about to throw out germ theory. When I say they, the medical profession. So we're talking mid-1800s. They were on the cusp. They were on the cusp of throwing out this idea of contagion because they had disproven so many illnesses that they thought were contagious and showed that they weren't contagious, like yellow fever, for example. They thought forever that it was certainly contagious. They showed that it wasn't, and that was one of the final nails in the coffin for this idea of contagion. Once they demonstrated this, the 95% of the medical profession, in the United Kingdom at least, and I would say probably a similar percentage in the United States around that time, were all in agreement that there was no contagion. The overwhelming majority of doctors thought this. And just as they were about to throw it out, Pasteur comes along and puts out some experiments which he says demonstrated that germs cause disease. And we hear this story about his swan flask experiments and these various other things that he did, traveling up the Pyrenees mountains and doing all sorts of things with various flasks and exposing it to air and showing that germs exist in the atmosphere and yada, yada, yada. And that flimsy evidence, it wasn't really even evidence, that flimsy story that he told was then propped up and used as evidence to support this idea that germs cause disease. Without any human experimentation, it was basically just some lab work being done. And that lifeline was then clasped very tightly by this 5 to 10% of the medical profession, and basically then slowly implemented into medical education over the next 30 to 40 years. And the medical profession were very reluctant to accept this idea. They weren't embracing germ theory with open arms. It took decades and decades and decades for medical doctors, particularly in the United States, to accept the idea that germs cause disease and that disease is contagious. Most of these doctors were, as you said, they were sanitarian doctors, and they believed that it was the environment that dictated your health. So it was the quality of the food you ate, the water that you drank, the quality of the air, the type of work that you did, sanitary conditions, whether or not you have access to clean water, and are you living in your own filth, and these kinds of things. So they understood back then that they were the key factors that determined whether or not someone was healthy or sick. The germ, even if it existed, was inconsequential to them. And then you had the Flexner Report in 1913, which was basically the death knell for this way of thinking. It was ousted, it was blacklisted, and colleges weren't allowed to teach this sort of sanitary method or understanding of medicine, and even meteorological medicine. That entire field's cast by the wayside around that same time when the Flexner Report was released. And the rest is history. The rest just unfolded naturally. We had the acceptance of mainstream medicine, and it developed over time under this faulty premise. And here we are today, now believing that there's things floating through the air that can make people sick. And I just want to say, I don't know categorically if germs do or do not cause disease. I've been searching for evidence to suggest that germs cause illness, and so far, I haven't been able to find any. It's not to say that it doesn't exist, it may be out there, but I personally haven't been able to find any, and neither have any of the people who helped me work on this book. We've been searching for a very long time, and I know that you probably have as well. This should be some of the easiest evidence to find. It shouldn't be hard, yet it's either not there or it's hidden somewhere in the annals of medicine and forgotten to time. So yeah, I don't know either way. I can't say 100% for certain, but I'm certainly leaning towards this idea that it's probably, as Basham said, the terrain is everything. And then on his deathbed, Pasteur said, "You're right, the terrain is everything, the germ is nothing."
You know, you and I know that the burden of proof is on the positive assertion, right? So if somebody's going to introduce a new idea and challenge the pre-existing consensus, then that is what requires the proof. So as you're saying, where is it? And you're right, like, where is it? You've been searching high and low. And of course, you know, conspiracy, you know, realist that I am, for me, the story that you tell has many well-positioned characters who seem to have organically emerged, you know, from the populace, and also a very clear agenda that at a certain point clutches the dominant narrative. And, you know, as somebody who's also very dedicated to smoking out victim consciousness wherever it may lie, of course it lies in that story I just told. So I prefer to believe that all of this is unfolding in perfect design, right? So there is, you know, even in this character, Pasteur, right? And in this deathbed disclosure that most of us have heard of, right? That he sort of admits that everything he, you know, was responsible for propagating was potentially not actually true. That is very common, right? That the truth is in plain sight, right? That even the purveyors of the myths and deception themselves also disclose the truth, right? Like there's a little cosmic wink. And so I see a lot of that in this story. And I love having learned from your book more about, you know, this pre-existing consensus, because, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, but we're grabbing a lot of the gems and pearls from those conversations that were happening between researchers and clinicians, you know, back in the day. So, you know, when we talk about germ theory, first of all, gotta love that the theory part is always in there. When we talk about that, we're talking about germs in general. And I like to think, you know, I pay attention to media and the way that, you know, these colloquial conversations are happening. But when people talk, they're not really necessarily specifically focusing on different microbes, right? Or germs, or what does that mean? Is it bacteria? Is it virus? Is it fungus? We use this term infection as like a blanket explanation for the body being invaded by something that it's dealing with, right? Can you talk a little bit about what you discovered with regard to the way that, let's say, bacteria and viruses are treated differently in your research, and where you have arrived in a nutshell, which is where so many of us have, you know, when it comes to specifically the virus conversation? Because most of the book, I mean, the book could be, you know, 10,000 pages about, at this level of research, about every single infectious disease ever, but most of it is about, you know, the cold and flu viruses, right? So give us a little bit of a primer on how we might consider thinking about these different germs.
Yeah, it's a very relevant topic, the cold and flu issue, if flu's are contagious or not. And I really wanted to focus and hone in on that concept and challenge that idea with this book. I actually had another 50,000 words on other illnesses. So I looked at scarlet fever, mumps, chickenpox, various other illnesses as well. But I decided, no, I'm going to remove that. And there's like a whole nother book there, actually, that I could publish. And all similar results with those experiments in relation to the negative findings to do with contagion. But for simplicity's sake, I wanted to remove all that and just focus on the cold and flu. But when it comes to things like bacteria and parasites and fungi and just germs in general, we typically see this idea, I think, was really promulgated by anti-contagionists back in the mid to late 1800s because they thought the body was sterile. So that's where some of this issue has arisen from, is this concept that the body was clean, that there were no germs that lived on you or in you. And if you found a germ and someone was sick, well, the germ must have been the problem. So we hear this analogy all the time. You don't blame the fireman for the fire. You don't blame the detectives for the crime. You don't blame the flies for the horse poo or the cow poo. So we see bacteria and parasites and fungi at the site of damaged tissue, but it doesn't necessarily mean they were the cause of the problem. And again, the anti-contagionists understood that they were that germs were the consequence of disease, not the cause of disease, 150 years ago. They knew this, that the tissue damage happened first, and then all the microorganisms that exist within you come along. They are you. Like, we think of bacteria as separate to us, or parasites as separate to us, or fungi and things as separate to us, but they are us. These microorganisms are as much of a part of us as our white blood cells are. It's just that our white blood cells are internal and the other microorganisms are external to us. So they exist in the mucous membranes of the body, like in the lung, the mucous membranes of the eye, the reproductive tract, on our skin. So they're the interface between the external world and our body. They allow us to interface with the world around us. So when some of that tissue becomes damaged, the mucous membranes or the skin that's exposed to the external world, then those microorganisms proliferate and clean up the mess. So of course, if you find some damaged tissue there, you're going to find germs. They attempted to cause illness. Like, doctors attempted to cause illness by introducing these things, even parasites, into healthy people. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happened. So what they had to resort to, say staph, for example, when they put it onto people's skin, it did nothing. Later on, they found that staph was just a normal commensal part of the human microbiome. But originally, they didn't realize that. They thought it was only there in disease states. So they put it onto people's skin, nothing happened. So then what they did was they started getting sandpaper and like a cheese grater and grating up people's skin, and then coming and lathering massive quantities, or even taking needles and injecting this stuff subcutaneously underneath the skin, underneath this damaged skin. And then an infection would happen and would get all red and inflamed and pussy and all sort of stuff. They go, see, bacteria does cause illness. But they could only do that after the tissue had been damaged. And now there's evidence that has come out in recent decades, even in the 80s, they were looking at this, showing that things like staph actually produce substances that help to heal damaged skin. Right? So it's not the bacteria's fault. The bacteria are you. You don't look at someone with cirrhosis of the liver from abusing alcohol for 20 years, and you take a biopsy of their liver and you see all this scar tissue and some macrophages and other white blood cells in the liver tissue and go, must be the white blood cells causing the problem. No one does that. That's crazy to think that your white blood cells would be doing that. It was the alcohol's problem, right? So the alcohol damaged the liver, then the body responded. Same with germs. We have to look at the cause of the problem. What is the thing that damaged the tissue first? That is where our attention should lie. And then the germ is inconsequential. It is just there doing the job. Stop focusing on the fireman. Stop focusing on the detectives at the scene of the crime. Stop focusing on the flies, on the horse poo or whatever it is. They are the consequence. They are not the cause.
So everyone's taking sea moss, and I am feeling this trend because I love fortifying my food with food rather than supplements in capsules. So in case you don't know, sea moss is a natural gel that has over 90 bioavailable minerals and vitamins, and it's a natural prebiotic. I personally love Samadhi Sea Moss, which is a super transparent company that I trust, and they serve up raw wild sea moss that is never harvested from rope, which is apparently a thing. And they have 9 different flavors, including tonic herb and medicinal mushroom infused blends with shilajit, and their fruit blends. They all are super palatable. I take a tablespoon or 2 a day, and I wash it down, like the whole tablespoon I just washed down with lemon water, and it is 100% not gross. So that's essential for me because otherwise I'm just not going to comply. They don't have any preservatives, thickeners, artificial ingredients, and I noticed a shift within 1 week, specifically in my digestion, so I'm really pumped about it. They are offering y'all 10% off with the code Kelly10, so check out the link in show notes. I wonder what you can explain to folks, because it's almost like I can feel a percolating question, which is, okay, so if that's true, and we're talking about bacteria, and I'm thinking about like a urinary tract infection or a skin infection or, you know, this kind of sinusitis or whatever, why would an antibiotic work then, right? And we're going to talk in a little bit about the role of psychology and placebo effect, my favorite subject. So we don't have to necessarily touch on that, but if there is a physiologic impact, like when I researched this, I found evidence that, you know, antibiotics have a direct impact on stress physiology, right? And on cortisol secretion. And so they sometimes can just be like a kick in the adrenals that suppresses the expression of symptoms. But I wonder what you would say to folks who say, okay, but why would an antibiotic work if the bacteria aren't the problem? And the antibiotic is, as we like to imagine, it's this specific. The antibiotic is just killing all the bacteria. Why would I ever get better then?
Yeah, you can't look at the treatment. You can't look at the effect of a treatment and then garner any information or any insight as to the cause of the problem. Oh, I took a paracetamol when I had a headache. Oh, well, therefore you must have had a paracetamol deficiency, right? No, that's not how it works. You can't work backwards from this. You have to work forwards. You have to find out what was the reason why you got the infection, which is actually the healing response in the first place. So I think the reason why this is so difficult for people to understand is because they're confused about what disease actually is and what symptoms actually are and what signs actually are. It's the healing response. Disease is the healing response.
Yeah, pit against our bodies psycho-emotionally from our early childhoods, it's very easy for us to collude with the rejection of our bodies, right? That says like, these symptoms feel bad, so I must, you know, get on the team that says these symptoms are bad and we can suppress them through these different avenues, right? So because if you stay on your own team, then you would always be curious about what the symptoms are trying to tell you about your lived experience, right? Whether that's an exposure or, you know, a dynamic or a habit in your life. But it's really that fulcrum that says like, are you with you or are you with us? And the us is usually deeply invested in this idea that your symptoms are the problem. Your body is the problem, right? Like let's manage that. So I just love meeting folks who have come to such similar conclusions and through the bridge of science, right? So you have all of this amassed to support this more beautiful truth that feels so much better to believe. So, okay, so we're talking about, you know, bacteria. You touched on this idea of parasites and fungus. What about viruses? Because obviously the, you know, sort of zeitgeist of awareness around this concept of viruses, which is philosophically and metaphysically even more interesting because they aren't grossly visible, right? According to the dominant narrative, the way that bacteria and fungus and parasites are, right? You just pop a slide under a microscope. So now we're talking about something, an even more elusive enemy. And, I wonder if you can summarize a lot of what these 200 experiments, really found when it comes to viruses, and, of course, the conclusion that you and so many of us have come to about whether or not they actually even exist.
Yeah, it's an interesting and important topic that I think deserves a lot of discussion. Before doctors assumed that viruses caused illness, the cold and flu, they were under the assumption that bacteria were the cause because they found the bacteria, Pfeiffer's bacillus, in the respiratory tracts of sick people. And after failing to make healthy people sick by exposing them to this bacteria and finding this bacteria in healthy people, despite holding on to this idea for 3 decades, they finally let it go and said, right, it can't be the bacteria. Can't be. There's too many pieces of information that conflict with this idea and this theory. So they had to let it go and they had to replace it with something. Because now they were wedded to this idea that it must be a germ. And they thought, well, there's got to be something smaller. So let's call it a virus. And they looked and they looked and they couldn't find anything. They had nothing tangible to work with. And then maybe in the 20s or 30s, there was a gentleman, I can't remember his name now, but he basically gave a definition of what a virus was, because it was really hard for the medical profession in the field of virology to advance forward because they never saw a virus. They had no idea what it was. They had nothing to really work with and go forward with. And he provided a definition of what a virus was and allowed the field of virology to basically be born and then blossom into this field of medicine that we have today. And he defined a virus. He said that a virus is a virus because a virus is a virus. Like, he literally said this, right? And everyone went, awesome, great. Okay, now we know what a virus is. Now we can start tackling this problem. So they never saw a virus in the bodily fluids of a sick person. They were using logical fallacies and circular reasoning to define what viruses were. And then they were doing experiments to create the effect that they were looking for. So they were essentially poisoning cells in culture flasks and finding debris and pointing to pieces of cellular breakdown and saying that's the virus. But never controlled for their results or their experiments. They never dealt with these problems. There's all these confounding variables as to other things that might be causing the effect that they're looking for, but their controls were never done. And despite all of this, they continued to accept this idea that it must be a virus. So here we are today with what I think is scientists creating substances that don't exist in nature in a lab. They're poisoning and starving cells in a completely unnatural way, getting an effect, and then using that effect to prop up this idea that what they're seeing is a virus. Never taking those particles and exposing them to healthy people and seeing if they cause disease. They've never done that. I don't think they can do that, because if they do, it'll show that nothing happens. And even, like, more simply than that is the idea of contagion. So it's like, these things exist in your body fluid. Even though we can't see them, they're there. But then when they take the body fluid and expose it to healthy people, it does nothing. Nothing happens. So there's so many things wrong with this theory that just don't hold up to scrutiny. And rather than science and medicine going, right, maybe we got it wrong, let's see if we can reevaluate here and course correct, they just defend and get on the front foot, and they go on the attack and say, we don't know what we're talking about, and the evidence is there and it's well established and all these kinds of things. But never once do they provide the evidence to substantiate that these things actually exist and cause illness. So they're trapped in this paradigm now, and they can't escape it, because if they were to ever come out and say, hey, we got it wrong, it would be irreconcilable. They could not undo all of the damage that this theory has caused humanity and the environment over the last 100 and whatever years. There's not enough money in the world. There's not enough ways in which they could undo this damage. So they'll never admit it. So I don't know what the outcome is there, whether there's going to be two sort of coexisting thought patterns amongst health practitioners and patients, or if there's going to be another outcome that, I mean, we could speculate as to what might happen. But all we can do is just highlight these issues and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, that's why I've always loved that Bucky Fuller quote about, fighting the existing system, which I attempted to do for a decade of my, career activism, versus building a new one that renders it obsolete. I mean, that is the reclamation of your energy, right? So even the tone and the feeling of your book is, to me, it's not like approving, like I will prove to you, bad daddy, that you wronged me. It's really just sort of, it's almost delightful. It's almost just sort of like, wow, look at all of this, like there's 200 experiments and, first of all, there's no randomized trials, and they've never, ever, one time ever proven this thing we've all been, colonized by, this concept. And what's interesting to me is that I see the same, and I'm sure many people do, the same dynamics in other tropes, right? In other theories, right? So my first sacred cow was the monoamine hypothesis, or the serotonin theory of depression. And when I went and looked, and also there were others, who there were forefathers and mothers who had been looking already for many years. There were at the time, there was 6 decades of efforting to prove this theory, right? It's like if the theory was posited, and then there's like a scramble over many years to look in, cerebrospinal fluid and quote unquote genes, and looking at serotonin depletion studies, and looking what happens with that when a healthy person is, and there's not a shred. It's the same story. And somehow, we still are watching commercials about how Zoloft is going to cure your chemical imbalance. So if that theory fits with where you're at in your, psycho-emotional or spiritual development, it's going to be comforting, right? It's going to feel better to believe that you are indeed broken, and there is this evidence that says, there's nothing you can do. It's like reifying the powerlessness is actually familiar. But what gets me, and I know you too, it's like, on a scientific conversational level, on an academic level, we know that the methods matter, right? Like when you read a paper, you don't just read the conclusion. It's like the methods matter. Every clinician and scientist knows that. And yet these methods still say, still make presumptive statements like, in this case, the virus was purified, right? And then somebody, a layperson might say, well, look at this paper. It says the virus was purified. What are you talking about? You're saying that hasn't happened. Look, it says it right here. It has happened. And so it's like this hand waving and smoke and mirrors that perpetuates it. But even in the very community that has pledged allegiance to the scientific method, we all agreed this is what the scientific method looks like. This is the game we're playing. So how come, you're allowed to play dirty like this and not adhere to your own methodology? How is this happening? So I'd love to just talk briefly, and I know this is a huge subject in your book, about these postulates, right? About this agreement that we all made in the medical and scientific community around Koch's or Rivers postulates to say, okay, this is how we'll know that there's a causal agent here. And what happened that nobody is actually adhering to these in the academic world? Certainly I'm not in the business of debating academicians about, why they still believe what they believe. I think there's no point in that. But it's just sort of this is so funny. This is really funny that we're in this position. So what is it that we have agreed? And what do you think scientists in the mainstream are saying about those agreements as they choose to not adhere to them, right? In the conversation about, germ theory?
This isn't just even for germ theory. I think this is for science as a whole. I'm not even sure that if you go and study a science degree, they actually even teach you what the actual scientific method is. And if you go and look in the internet for the scientific like what is science, it's so unclear, even though science is a method. It's a very simple set of steps that should be followed. And when they are followed, logically and sequentially, it demonstrates a cause and effect relationship between X and Y. I'm not sure that's actually being taught in science degrees anymore. I think they're getting all this other fluff to draw attention away from this method. And we see this all the time when we're saying to scientists and doctors, hey, they didn't follow the scientific method here. They're like, what are you talking about? The scientific method is blah, 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 blah. It's all these things. It's like, no. That's not what the scientific method is. Here it is, and they haven't followed it. And they start getting defensive, and there's all these logical fallacies getting thrown around. Essentially, Robert Koch devised well, actually, he didn't even devise Koch's postulates. He ripped them off someone else.
So much drama.
Everyone points to Koch as this brilliant guy, this brilliant mind, who created a set of steps to demonstrate that a germ causes illness. And essentially it was, you find the germ in a sick person, only in sick people. You isolate that germ, pure culture, we're talking about bacteria here. When you have the pure culture, you then expose a healthy person to that bacteria, and it will replicate the identical disease. And then you find that bacteria in that sick person, and you re-isolate it. Now you've completed the steps. So in theory, that would work if germ theory was correct. Like, I completely agree with those postulates, 100%. However, when Koch set out to demonstrate that germs cause disease using his own postulates, he couldn't do it. No sooner had he created those postulates than he was like, oh, I've got to modify them. And he had to modify them in such a way to be like, well, you don't have to find the germ in only sick people, like they'll exist in healthy people. And then he had to create this idea of immunity and all these sort of rescue devices, and basically change his postulates under the assumption that his postulates were incorrect, but the theory was true. So he was trying to chop and change these postulates to fit a broken theory, rather than saying, oh, these postulates are actually right, and they're not proving the theory, therefore the theory's wrong. He was like, oh no, I've stuffed up somehow. The postulates can't be right because the theory is true. There's a big disconnect there. And those modified postulates, where now you can find the germ in healthy and sick people, and if you expose people to the germ and they don't get sick, or you find the germ in healthy people repeatedly, well, it's because you've got good genes. Or it's because it's a non-pathogenic strain of the particular bacteria. Like, there's all these things that have to now get invented to explain away these inconsistencies and anomalies. When, if you just think about it logically and rationally, maybe it's just because germs don't make you sick. So if they were intellectually honest with themselves back then, they should have thrown it out and gone, no, it's wrong. But I think there were other things going on in the background, behind the scenes, where this theory had to be propped up to act as a scapegoat, possibly act as a scapegoat for the damaging effects of other things that we were being exposed to as a consequence of modernity. So I'm talking about like spraying our food with poison, putting poison in the water supply, breathing polluted air, being detached from nature, the dissolution of the family unit, working 60-hour weeks, being discontent with your life. Like, all of these things, right? Now we're all getting sick, where we once weren't living that way and people were much healthier. Now we see all this disease coming through. It's like, oh, is it all these things? No. Don't worry about any of that stuff. It's not the poison, it's not the artificial lighting and the synthetic clothing and the pollution in the air. It's a germ. People go, oh, that explains it. So now we don't deal with the true underlying cause. So I think that maybe the reason why they had to be intellectually dishonest and say, no, it is the germ, guys, rather than admitting, hey, look, we got it wrong. They weren't acting in good faith for what I believe to be a sort of a red herring, right? It's a scapegoat. It's the old magic trick. Look over here, and meanwhile, there's something else going on behind the scenes.
And the natural extension of that belief system, really your only choices are to experience others as the enemy. So it's the atomizing of the human species, right? Like all of a sudden we start to, suspect that somebody else might be a vector of harm, right? So how do you control that? You avoid other people, or you guard yourself, and or you further poison yourself. So you collude with industry and engage pharma, and you perpetuate exactly that which is propagating the issue, right? So that's often what we end up doing, this dance, this like whack-a-mole dance of like, oh, I'll suppress it over here, and something new crops up, some side effect, some unintended consequence, and then you don't connect those dots, and there you become a patient, right? A chronic patient from an acute exposure. So you talked about some of these vectors of what we call illness, right? And this replacement theory fallacy, or whatever you want to refer to it as, where just because you've compiled the evidence that, in my opinion, incontrovertibly demonstrates that so-called germs do not cause the cold, right? If we want to limit it to that. But I would say illness in general. It's not actually, the burden of proof is not on you to provide the replacement theory, right? So this is it's a logical fallacy that so many people engage, where you say, well, okay, well, if it's not that, then how do you explain my toddler going to daycare and coming home with the same thing that his little desk neighbor Johnny had? And of course, whenever there are multiple potential explanations, then a rigid and dogmatic theory cannot possibly encompass them all. Like once there's even a few explanations, then, all bets are off. And we don't know for sure. I mean, you have the humility to admit that you can't even necessarily rule out the possibility that, contagion is a driver. It's just that there's no evidence yet. So it's just one of the potential theories that are unfounded, right? What have you understood to be some of the most compelling drivers, if not the definitive explanation, right? Some of the most compelling drivers, and you've referenced some of them already, of what we are calling illness, that you and I agree is actually the manifested healing response? Like what have you kind of come to zero in on?
I didn't really mention this in the book, but I have been looking at this in more detail since writing the book. And that is this idea that nature doesn't do disease. So if you look at anthropological and even medical evidence where teams of doctors went in to visit uncontacted tribes throughout history, even through the 1800s, early 1900s, even today, they're doing this. There's still some tens of thousands of people living uncontacted in the world. I think a couple of dozen tribes. When anthropologists and doctors and even explorers like the first fleet in Australia, when they landed here, and the explorers in the Pacific and the Spanish in the New World, they all commented that the natives were free of disease. They were just blown away. No one's got disease. There's no cancer, there's no diabetes, there's no heart disease, there's no obesity, there's no depression, there's no anxiety. There's nothing. They're all healthy and in peak physical condition. So what that tells us, that gives us a baseline. When you live in harmony with nature, and we are a part of nature, we are not separate to it, there is no disharmony. There is no imbalance. There is no dis-ease. Because what dis-ease is the body or the environment in an active state of returning to balance. So if you drop a rock into some water, it creates ripples. So the rock is the thing that caused the problem. The ripples are the symptom. The ripples are there for the water now to find it's level again. And when the water finds balance and homeostasis, there's no more ripples, so the disease goes away. So we have to ask the question, what is the rock? What is the thing that's causing the ripples? We don't blame the ripples for the problem. The ripples are the symptom. The ripples are the answer. Disease is the healing response. So we have the baseline now of when you live in harmony with nature, there's no disease. So what are all the things that we are doing that we're doing now that we weren't doing back then? There's a list as long as your arm. We're spraying our food with poison. We're not eating seasonally. We're not eating locally. We're not growing our own food. We're disconnected from our food supply. We're importing food from thousands of kilometers away. We're processing it. We're adding chemicals into it. We're stripping it of nutrients and re-adding nutrients back in. We're destroying our environment. We're polluting our water supply. We're polluting our air. I mean, I don't want to keep going on here. People get the idea. The answer to all of this is to getting back to basics, to getting back to balance, to let nature have a bit of a chance to restore some balance, because disease is essentially just a barometer of how sick and dysfunctional a society is. And the Western society is a sick, toxic, dysfunctional society. So we just need to look at what our ancestors are doing, take a feather out of their cap, and realign ourselves with how they lived. I'm not saying we have to go and live back in the dark ages, but we can take some steps that would go a long way to reducing a lot of this. Burden of chronic disease here. So what are those things? Let's maybe even look at how our ancestors lived 100 years ago, 150 years ago. They were building their houses out of natural building material. They were growing their own food. They were farming regeneratively and sustainably. They had a family unit. They were more connected. Many more people were working on the land. They felt like they had purpose and meaning in their life. Like they were spending more time outside. I mean, there's just so many simple things that we take for granted and we go, that possibly couldn't have any effect on my health because it's so simple. And what you mean, like getting out in the sun and breathing some fresh air and just relaxing for a bit is helpful to my health? Yeah, these things are so simple. They're essential to life, but we discount them because they're free and they're easy and they're simple and they're low barrier to entry. We've been conditioned to believe that the only way to become healthy is to go and see someone who's done 10 years of training, specialty training, who's got a prescription pad and a white coat and a scalpel or some fancy equipment. They're the only ones who hold the key to my health. And the opposite is true. You hold the key, you hold the power, and it's about getting back to basics. Like, this is not a secret. We've known this for a long time. It's just that we need to reconnect to this information.
And what would you add about the role of belief and nocebo effect and even phenomena of social contagion that have existed, because the lifestyle practices, I mean, I have a protocol with history making outcomes that is the most basic lifestyle practice, so it doesn't even take that much of a disruption, right, of our exposures for the body to exhale and say thank you, right? And, I'd like to joke affectionately that the first 2 weeks of Vital Mind Reset are just brainwashing, right? Like without that front loading of a different way of thinking and, you know, restoring the locus of control within, as you're referencing, you know, a lot of these lifestyle factors may not even have the chance that they would to communicate that signal of safety to the body because of the power of belief that I know, you know, you reference in the book. So I think it's still hard for a lot of folks to appreciate just how powerful fear, let's say, of exposure to germs or others who are sick can be. But this is a well-documented phenomenon, right? So I wonder if you could just share a line or two about what you've concluded is the role of your beliefs and associated fears in actually manifesting the symptoms that we would otherwise see in the setting of detox, you know, that you and I are referencing here.
Yeah, there's placebo-controlled experiments where they've exposed people, healthy people, to saline. Told them it was a germ, we gave them saline, and they manifested a cold or flu. And they came in the next day after watching them overnight, and they said, ha, gotcha. Wasn't a germ, it was salt water. And they got better within 15 minutes. So the power of the mind was sufficient, or is powerful enough to manifest symptoms of a cold or flu. It can manifest any disease. It's powerful enough to make people's hair fall out when they're under the assumption that they're exposed to chemotherapy. It's powerful enough to reverse symptoms of arthritis when people believe they were given a surgery when they weren't. Like there's all kinds of things where people have been given a placebo and their disease went away. So the opposite also works, which is the nocebo. So if you're told that if you come in contact with a sick person from the day you can walk, like people in places of authority or positions of authority tell you this, and you believe it, and then one day you come in contact with a sick person and you get sick and you go, what mum and dad and the doctor told me must be true. I must have caught a germ from this other person. You now carry that forward with you for the rest of your life. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And we become conditioned to that. We hold on to it till the day we die. And if people like you and I come along and say, hang on a second, actually there's all these other reasons why you might be getting sick, and just that mental conditioning alone might be sufficient to play a profound role in disease manifestation. And we need to course correct and challenge the way we're thinking. They go, no, it couldn't possibly be right because this happened to me personally. So it's really hard to undo a lot of that conditioning, but a lot of people understand it. And I think it's just about repetition. Just keep repeating this information, and the people that are ready to hear it will get access to it. And those who are willing to look into it further for themselves and possibly integrate some of this information into their own life will benefit from it.
Okay, I have one more point to make on this subject before we wrap up, which is, you know, I come from Italian stock, and there is a passionate belief. While every Italian I know in my family believes in germ theory, there's a passionate belief about the power of air conditioning to make you sick, right? And the role of climate and temperature. And I was like really delighted to see a treatment of that material in your book, because I do think there's some like conflicting internal tropes that a lot of us are culturally raised with. So, you know, what would you say is your, you know, I guess conclusion, if that's too strong a word, on the role of climate and temperature in what many, you know, cultures seem to feel is contributory to the cold and flu, I would say?
Yeah, the cold was named the cold because of the symptoms that people experienced after there was a cold snap or a change in temperature. Influenza was called influenza because of the symptoms that people experienced from the influence of the cold. So our ancestors put the answers there for us. It's not a secret. They were trying to tell us the answer. But now we've said, no, when there's a cold snap and there's a temperature change, more viruses are in the air and it dries out your mucous membranes, and then you're more susceptible to catching the virus. But actually, we know that changes in humidity and temperature cause physiological changes in the respiratory tract, and it essentially causes the body to purge. I mean, to put it really simply, you undergo a purge. When there's a change in humidity and temperature below a certain threshold. Now, if you don't need to purge, if you've been taking care of yourself, well, then you don't purge. You're not immune. There's nothing to be immune against. It's just that the body doesn't now need to purge itself. But if you've been doing all the wrong things and this environmental trigger or signal occurs, well, now you're going to have to purge. You're going to have to pay the price. So that's really what's going on. I think the meteorological effects on respiratory infections are profound. There's considerable evidence to demonstrate this, and they were looking at this idea. The meteorological doctors were looking at this in the 1900s, but that division and profession of medicine really fell by the wayside when the advent of viruses came through. And unfortunately, I think the answers really lie in the information that they had already found 100 and whatever years ago, but it's been suppressed. And because it's so simple and it makes so much logical sense, we discount it. Couldn't possibly be that simple that a cold is caused by a cold. Or even in tropical areas where there's less temperature changes in variance in the seasons, it's humidity change. And that's the thing that triggers it. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a huge drop in temperature. It can just be a few percentage point differences in humidity. So I think there's a lot that we can learn by looking at the world around us and studying meteorological changes as well.
So, my friend, what is life like when your answer to the question, can you catch a cold, is no? Like, how would you say that the shift that you've made has changed your experience of living life in a human body?
No fear, right? The germ theory keeps you in this world of fear. Oh my God, am I going to go outside and get sick? Am I going to catch something? You're externalizing the reasons why you get sick. You have less accountability. Now, if I get sick, I know it's on me, right? That I was doing the wrong thing. I was eating the wrong thing. I was thinking the wrong thoughts. I wasn't taking care of my body. I wasn't getting outside and getting enough fresh air or sunlight or, it's on me. I can't say, it was nothing that I was doing. It was a virus. So I have to now take accountability and make sure that I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Yeah. So these simple things that I advocate for, dietary and lifestyle recommendations, which are really simple in theory, but they're not necessarily easy to uphold every single day. Yeah, knowing that disease is earned, not caught, really keeps you on your game. You've got to be really staying on top of all this stuff, particularly in this sort of toxic world that we live in, not even just with like pollution and stuff, but also toxic thoughts and all these things that we're bombarded with in the media and all these sort of toxic ideas and whatever else. You really have to stay on top of all that. So, yeah, I don't have any fear anymore. I know that I don't catch anything from anybody else. And if I do get sick, it's my own fault. And it's just my body's way of recovering. It's not a disease that I need to suppress. The symptoms are the answer to the problem. And I thank my body if I get sick. I'm sorry that I treated you so badly. And thank you for doing what you need to do to return me to balance. Actually, I love my body when I'm sick, rather than hating my body, going, you're doing something wrong. So there's a big paradigm shift there for me. It may also be experienced by other people, but yeah, I guess I can only really talk for myself. Yeah, I guess that's why I wrote the book, is just to share that information with people so they can get access to it. And then what they choose to do with that information moving forward in their life is really up to them.
Thank you, Body. Thank you, Daniel. And thank you for this epic contribution that I feel should be in every family's home library, if not to reinforce the intuitive truth that these bodies are wise and that we are meant to live in connection to one another and the natural world. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you for this conversation.
Thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate it. It was a wonderful experience to finally touch base with you. I've been following your work for quite a many years, and so has my wife. So yeah, it's been a real pleasure.
Thanks.
Hey, everybody. If you're listening to this, you are listening to the first free hour of this episode of The Shift with Doug McKenty. If you like what you're hearing, please consider subscribing to the show in order to access the full feature-length versions of the podcast, as well as have access to the members forum, where we discuss potential topics and interviews and dive deep into the overall concept of The Shift. For only $6 a month, not only do you get the full-length episodes, but also an opportunity to co-create with me, your host, Doug McKenty, the future of the show. Go to www.theshiftnow.com or patreon.com/theshift and sign up today in order to help make the shift possible. Thanks for listening and enjoy the show. Morning, noon, or night, wherever and whenever you are listening to The Shift. I am your host. My name is Doug McKenty. This episode was recorded on October 8th, 2020. You can find out more about the show at The Shift with Doug McKenty on Facebook and YouTube, at DMcKenty on Twitter, or at www.theshiftnow.com on the web. My guest today is Dr. Thomas Cowan, functional medicine doctor and author of The Contagion Myth, as well as Cancer and the New Biology of Water, Vaccines, Autoimmunity, and the Changing Nature of Childhood Illness, and Human Heart, Cosmic Heart. His medical studies include graduate work at the Michigan State University College of Human Medicine, with a residency and family practice at Johnson City Hospital in New York. Dr. Cowan started his career following the teachings of early 20th century philosopher and educator Rudolf Steiner, and practiced medicine for almost 4 decades in San Francisco, California, recently closing his practice to focus on the simpler life. While his work spans the gamut of common medical issues from child care to heart disease, his most recent book focuses on the controversial theory that viruses are not the principal cause of contagion. In The Contagion Myth, Dr. Cowan, with co-author Sally Fallon Morell of the Weston A. Price Foundation, explores the remarkably weak case for a viral contagion theory as presented by most scientists today. They go into detail about other possible causes of disease, constructing a different narrative surrounding the facts presented in the current scientific literature. Dr. Cowan describes a system of health and disease that remarkably coincides with many healing traditions from around the world, yet his conclusions are discovered within the context of the Western scientific modality. Tune in to this conversation where Dr. Cowan will lay down the facts that shed doubt on the common myths surrounding the origin of disease and describes a more holistic approach to health and wellness. Find out more about Dr. Cowan's work and get a copy of the book at www.drtomcowan.com or visit westonaprice.org for more information. If you like what you hear, please like, subscribe, and share this podcast. We rely on listeners like you for peer-to-peer distribution of this important information. Thank you, Dr. Thomas Cowan, for agreeing to appear on this program, and thank you for helping to make the shift. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this 55th episode of The Shift. I'm here today with Dr. Thomas Cowan. Been wanting to have him on the show for quite a while now. He's got a new book out entitled The Contagion Myth, and I think you'll all be really excited to check this one out. It's got the terrain theory, a lot of the electromagnetic toxicity information in it, and so if you're interested in these topics, then by all means, this is the best probably source for information that's out there now, all packaged together in one book entitled The Contagion Myth. So thanks for putting this out, Dr. Cowan. And do you want to just start us off by giving a little bit of your background and history and why you wanted to write this book?
So I've been a practicing general practice medical doctor since 1985. And pretty much all that time I was working with a different model of health than the conventional medicine, trying to figure my way into what really works for people and why people get sick and how they get better, and just trying to do whatever I could to help people out without using drugs and surgery and that stuff as much as possible. So that's pretty much my background. The other thing is I've always been drawn to scientific truths, which often turn out not to be actually true. So, and a number of my books are based on those kind of things. So, one of the books was I tried to demonstrate that it's not possible for the heart to push the blood around the body. In other words, the heart isn't a pump, and that blocked arteries are not the main cause of heart attacks, even though everybody thinks they are.
Yeah.
And then the next book, I looked at vaccines and basically came to the conclusion that they don't work and they're not safe. And then the third one had to do with cancer is not a genetic disease, and because we think it is, we haven't been able to treat it in spite of spending trillions of dollars. And the numbers are we have about 2.3% improvement in outcomes based on a few $1 trillion worth of research. So that's sort of the background. And then I've known about the problem with viral theory and even the whole issue with contagion for decades. But I didn't really want to get into it because it's such a deep core myth that we all live under. And even though I could see the point in tackling this, I just sort of didn't want to. But then I was asked to go to a conference, and it was right when the whole COVID thing started. And I went, and there were not many people there, and the other presenters didn't show up because they didn't want to travel. And I ended up giving a talk to about 20 people that was, I would say I didn't really know it was being taped. I sort of knew if I thought about it, but I really thought I was talking to 20 people. And I basically said that viruses don't cause disease, and there's a whole other reason why there's this COVID-19. And I explained that a little bit, not a whole lot, because it was only about 10 minutes. And the next thing I know, I've heard something like 100 million people saw that video.
Wow.
And I got calls from NBC and CBC and the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and outlets in Europe, and hundreds of emails, probably more. And I decided that it's time that I really looked into this subject.
Yeah.
And I decided that I needed to become fluent in virology because the problem is that if you talk about most Americans, and now I'm talking about 99%, they are not fluent in virology. They are virologically illiterate.
Right.
Now, the interesting thing is, having been a doctor for 38 years and actually writing a book about vaccines, I can say also that I would say 98% of medical doctors are also virologically illiterate. And I say that as a kind of criticism, but a year ago, I would have put myself in the same category, looking back. If you had asked me a year ago, I would have not said I was illiterate, but that's because I didn't know better. and that's unfortunate, but that's the way life is, you learn.
Live and learn,
and so I basically took it upon myself to learn how to be literate in virology. And what I saw was that A, there's no coronavirus, and B, viruses don't cause disease. And I thought, given what I'm seeing, that I should probably tell somebody about that.
Right. Well, I've said this a couple of times because, of course, with coronavirus happening, I've done a multitude of interviews on this subject now, and I think that it's almost fascinating that this whole thing has actually kind of opened up this Pandora's box conversation about viral theory, and that now a number of people like yourself, like the terrain theorists, have come out and said, hey, wait a minute, does this even exist? And so a lot of us are taking a step back and going, man, I never even thought about this before. This is something that's given to us from the time, we're in school, from the time we're young kids, that viruses are contagious, and this is how disease spreads, and it's just a given. And so actually to take this opportunity to take a step back and say, wait a minute, has this stuff actually been proven? And then to see it written out in your book so succinctly, actually, when we go back into the history of science, you find out that, this has been a question for a long time. One of the things that you pose in the book, which I found really interesting, is that Western medicine is even the only system of medicine that's ever posited a contagion theory, that no other culture in the history of humanity has ever, put this forth as a possibility. And so to go back through the science and to find out, where the germ theory was never actually proven, and then to go step by step kind of through this process and say, well, if this hasn't been proven, then what's really going on? So will you go through some of that history that you write about, like the difference between Pasteur and Beauchamp's back in the 19th century, and then, Koch's postulates and how they haven't really ever been fulfilled, and that kind of thing? Because it's surprising to see and to learn that even according to the Western sciences criteria, this germ theory was never actually proven.
Right, and I also have a little bit different take on it than what most people call terrain theory. Mm-hmm. So it's close, but I have come to a little bit different understanding. That, of course, doesn't mean I'm right, but that's the way I think. So here's the way I would describe this. First of all, the idea that there is contagion, and it's always good to define one's terms. That means somebody gets sick or an animal gets sick, and then they pass something to another human being or another animal. Mm-hmm. Now, that could be something that you can't see because obviously it's smaller than you can see. And that idea has been around for thousands of years because there's a certain observation and it just seems correct. I got sick and then my wife got sick, or my child got sick, or in school, and then a bunch of other children. So the idea that there is something being passed between people or animals seems to make sense. But as you pointed out, the interesting thing is when you go back and look at Native American medicine and Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic medicine and homeopathy, none of them had an idea of contagion. The other thing I would say is that when you ask most people, how do you know there's a virus causing the disease? Could be coronavirus or chickenpox or anything. They say things like, because I had it and then my friend had it, or because a lot of people get sick in one place, or because there was a nursing home and somebody went there who had a positive corona test and then everybody got sick, or because a bunch of people spread it to a cruise ship. And the first thing to say about that is those are epidemiological observations. In other words, those are what epidemiologists use to generate hypotheses. You can never prove causation with epidemiology. And now I'm telling people, I don't need 10 more stories about how your Aunt Bessie went to a party and then she got sick. Right. Because I agree that there's enough epidemiology to investigate a microbial cause of disease. Fine, that's the purpose of epidemiology, so let's do it. Now at that point, most people, if you say, okay, we should investigate whether these epidemiological observations, right? This person got sick and then that person are caused by a virus. Do you know how a doctor or a medical scientist would prove that? And they have no idea. That's interesting because if you have no idea how you would even go about proving it, it's just curious that you're so sure that it's true. Not you, but somebody.
Right, a lot of people, most people, sure.
Most people, but they have no idea how you would even go about doing that. So here's how this came about. So basically, they had this idea that diseases were contagious. But let me also point out that you can be misled by that. So for instance, for hundreds of years, people saw sailors on ships getting sick one after another. And they said this must be contagious. And then somebody ate a lime and the whole thing went away because it was scurvy. And millions of people died from scurvy with the idea that it was contagious. The same thing happened with pellagra and beriberi. And the idea that if a lot of people die in one place, that means it's a virus, which some people say, is ridiculous because they blew up a bomb in Hiroshima and a lot of people died, and that was not a virus. And then it spread all over Eastern Europe after Chernobyl, and then a lot of people got sick. And so the idea that something spreads is also not proof that it's a virus. So, and the same with bacteria, or we could say it doesn't prove it's a microbe. So here we were in the 1800s, and they had this theory, and then what happened was what I call the first eureka moment, right? So here's all these people thinking there's something spread from one person to another, we can't see it, but it must be small. And then they invent a microscope, and they see a bacteria. And it's like, aha, we finally see it.
Right.
And then, you know, you can take a case like anthrax, which is a bacterial disease, so-called, and they say there's all these sheep who are dying, and you look in their blood and tissues, and they all have this anthrax bacteria. Except not actually all of them, but let's say most of them.
Right.
And so that makes you think, right, it's the bacteria, you know, the bacteria cause the disease. Same with people have sore throat. You look in their throat, and they have strep. And you say that strep must have caused this sore throat. Now, again, nobody really thinks that's proof, because you could go to a fire and you could see firemen, and they are at the fire, and as far as I know, nobody thinks, at least most firemen don't cause the fire.
Right.
So you can't say that. And so then they said, okay, so we see these bacteria at the site of this disease. And then we looked at healthy sheep, right? They don't have anything wrong with them. And they said we shouldn't find the bacteria, right? Because they're not sick. Turns out about 50% of the sheep who weren't sick did have the anthrax bacteria.
Right.
And that confused them because that shouldn't be, but anyways, who knows? So then they did the next logical thing, and Pasteur did this and a bunch of other people. They took the bacteria and they isolated it, right? Because if you're going to prove that a hammer causes, if you bang somebody with a hammer, it breaks their thumb, you have to, if you want to prove that that's the cause, you can't drop a cinder block brick on their thumb with a hammer embedded in it and then say it was the hammer.
Right.
You have to take the hammer out and see if that's the thing that breaks their thumb. You can't drop a block, a brick, and another brick, and then a bunch of rocks, because then you don't know what happened. So they did the logical thing, which was to take the bacteria out, expose some animals to it, and none of them got sick. And then they did that over and over again with different bacteria, and much to their surprise, none of them got sick. So they came to the inevitable conclusion that the logic, which is people who are sick have the bacteria, or animals who are sick, who are not sick, don't. And then if you take the bacteria from sick animals or people and you give it to healthy animals or people, they should get sick. That's right. Just logic.
Yeah.
And it turns out it didn't happen like that. And anyways, they said at that point, in some interesting quirk of history, the logic must be wrong.
Right.
You could also say bacteria don't cause illness. And one of the ways that I tell people you might think about that is, you know, if you have a compost pile and you put stuff that doesn't belong, you get bacteria growing in there to eat the dead stuff. And nobody says it's an infection. That's bioremediation.
Yeah.
Similarly, if you have a forest and you cut down a tree and you said, oh, I don't want the tree to have an infection, or the forest, so you get rid of all the fungus and bacteria in the forest with antifungals and antibiotics, then the forest dies because all the dead trees just build up and clog up the forest. So the point is, the role of bacteria in nature is to feed off dead and diseased tissue as a way of helping you recycle it back into life. Now, and so that is the sort of another way to look at this problem. It's not that they're causing disease. So then we go from there, and then they had a bunch of diseases, particularly at that time, polio. So a bunch of children and people were getting sick, one after another, must be contagious. They look in their brain and their spine where the disease is, and there's no bacteria. So they said, there must be something smaller than a bacteria that we can't see, and that's what's the contagious thing. And they called it a virus for the Latin word meaning poison. But they couldn't see it at that time. So again, they tried to see if they could spread disease. So they took, for instance, a diseased brains from somebody who died, and they ground it up, and they got rid of, they ground it up, centrifuged it, got rid of the cell part and the bacteria, and so they gave them just the liquid called the supernatant. And they gave this to 20 or so different animals. They drank it, they injected it, and none of them got sick. And that's where the virus was supposed to be. And none of them got sick. So then they came to an interesting conclusion. They said, that's because there's no animal models of polio. Which is interesting because, again, there's no animal models. You can't do it on people because that's unethical. So you literally have no evidence that this unpurified stuff from somebody's dead brain actually causes disease. And you just say it's because there's no animal model. So then finally they were able to prove that polio was caused by a transmissible thing. So here's how it went. They took a diseased spine of a child with paralysis. They ground it up in a blender. They centrifuged it, took the liquid part where the virus supposedly lived, took 2 monkeys, drilled a hole in their brain, injected about a half a cup of this unpurified stuff in their brain, didn't do a control, so they didn't inject, a half a cup of saline or a half a cup of normal spine. And 1 monkey died, and the other got paralyzed, and they held the monkey up by the scruff of the neck and said, see, we proved polio is caused by a virus.
Right.
And, when I read that for the first time, I thought to myself, I don't even want to say what I thought, because that's just nonsense. First of all, you don't know whether the monkey died because they herniated its brainstem. Like, if you inject a half a cup of goop in somebody's brain, it pushes their brainstem down and they may die.
Right, it's likely to cause some symptoms.
Right, that's not a good thing for a person to have happen to them.
Yeah.
So anyway, they did that with a bunch of other viruses, and then they couldn't transmit disease except by these kind of extraordinary and very unscientific way. And then came what I call the next eureka moment. So here they are thinking, we know there's something small that we can't see. It doesn't seem to transmit to animals, but we know it does anyways. I don't know how they thought they knew, but they said they did.
Right.
And then they invent an electron microscope. And again, like the bacteria, they could look at a diseased spine and they see all these particles. And eureka, that's the virus, that's what's causing the disease. So then they spent 20 years, purifying the virus, which you can do, isolating it, giving it, to animals and, people and stuff, different kinds of viruses, and none of them got sick. None of them. So they actually could isolate and purify a virus, but it didn't make anybody sick. And then, as a friend of mine said, the virologists had proved that there's nothing to virology, and they were going to become plumbers.
Yeah.
Except they got rescued by somebody who came up with a method of proving that viruses cause disease. And that saved virology. And that guy was named Embers, and he got a Nobel Prize. And here's what Embers did. He took a child with measles, did the same thing, unpurified lung fluid, ground it up in a blender, centrifuged it, took the liquid part, and then put it on tissue culture from monkey kidneys, right? And nothing happened. It didn't kill the tissue culture.
Right.
And then came the turning point in virology. He said, I know how to prove that this virus in this liquid can destroy the tissue because I can starve the tissue and poison it with gentamicin and then amphotericin, which are kidney toxins, and then the kidney tissue falls apart, and that proves the virus kills your kidney.
Right.
And again, when you read that, you think, what the hell?
Right.
How do you know it's not because you starved and poisoned the tissue? And the answer is he didn't. But to this day, that's how we prove viruses cause disease.
Right.
We take unpurified stuff, we inoculate it onto a tissue, like a Vero tissue, which is monkey kidney tissue. Nothing happens, so they starve and poison it. They don't have to tell you what poisons they use. And then it breaks down into all these particles, and they say, see, that means it killed the tissue, it causes disease. That's what they did for the coronavirus. Now, the interesting question is, so why does tissue break down into these particles that look like viruses? And nobody knew the answer to that, but now we do, which is that when you poison a tissue, whether it's in you or even in a tissue culture, the tissue says, hey, we've been poisoned. It packages up its DNA or RNA into these little packages called exosomes or viruses.
Right.
And it uses that as a detoxification mechanism. And it even through a kind of resonance phenomena can communicate to other beings that, hey, we've been poisoned with DDT, you should make a defensive reaction. So these so-called viruses or exosomes are messages, and they're actually the agent of evolution. That's the interesting thing. They are the rapid response team, because this whole theory of mutations and then natural selection
Right.
is way too slow to adapt to anything in real time. You'd have to wait 10,000 years for a mutation in one person to spread through the population.
Yeah.
In 10,000 years, you got a new poison. So that's how it works.
Yeah, I just had this fascinating conversation with Dr. Stephanie Seneff about this, and it's just mind-boggling to come to the conclusion that, we've all been taught to be scared of viruses or scared of exosomes, whatever they are. But what's starting to come out of the work that people like yourself are doing is this notion that the viruses actually contain genetic coding to help us detox.
Yeah.
And then this can get past, this may be contagious. I guess now might be a good time to segue into this idea of resonance. I think Dr. Seneff and Dr. Judy Mikovits, at least from my conversations with them, have been saying that there's a viral particle that still is spread, perhaps through aerosols. I haven't really gotten into it in the detail with them, but you have this concept of resonance, which I find fascinating, and it's an alternative theory to having anything going external, except for perhaps some kind of radio signal or these electromagnetic waves. Yeah.
First of all, I must say I disagree with the idea that there's any viral particle that has been isolated and seen and spreading between people.
Mm-hmm.
And
do they find these particles? They talk about seeing them on surfaces and such. I mean, do they find them on surfaces? Have you analyzed that data?
I've analyzed that in great detail.
Uh-huh.
And let me tell you, here's what the CDC says in a paper dated July 13th, 2020. So this is just a few months ago.
Mm.
This is page 39 in a a document that they wrote called CDC 2019 Novel Coronavirus Real-Time RT-PCR Diagnostic Panel. Quote, no quantified virus isolates of the 2019 COVID virus are currently available. In other words, they have never seen this virus. And every paper that has been, some of them are called the isolation and purification of the novel coronavirus, right? That's the title of the paper. When you look at the paper, they did not isolate or purify the coronavirus. They never once did that. And I would say to people who say, how do you know that? I know that for two reasons. One, because we asked them, did you purify the virus?
Right.
And they said no.
Yeah.
They said we did not attempt to purify the virus. Now, the other reason I know that is because if you isolate and purify a virus, you're required by scientific protocol to publish the picture of the isolated virus. And, you know, I have some pictures here. I don't know if you can see it. Here's a picture of a herpes virus that has been isolated and purified. Now, here's the picture of a paper that says they isolated and purified the coronavirus, and it's just a bunch of goo.
Right.
Arrow to one little dot saying that is the coronavirus. Now, there's a big difference between these two. This is isolated and purified so you can characterize it. This is just a bunch of stuff. And so then if you go and say, I know that a genetic piece is from this, you don't know where the genetic piece is from. You don't know whether it's from this dot or any other dots, or from the cell debris or anything. And so if you can't isolate it, you can't prove it causes disease. You can't analyze the genetic material. You can't make a test. You have no idea whether it actually exists in reality or is just a cellular detoxification mechanism, which is actually what it is.
So in the book, you go through a number of these studies claiming to have isolated the coronavirus, and they seem to skip over the filtration step. You want to talk about this for my audience? Like, they're doing centrifuge. They're running it through the centrifuge, and so they're getting something, but then they don't filter it, which seems an obvious step, right?
Here's how you isolate a virus. And again, this was done in the 30s until the 50s, when they basically changed the definition of isolation. The other thing that's interesting is the guy who knows the most about this probably in the world, his name is Stefan Lenka, and he was credited with discovering the first virus in the ocean. And here's how he did it, and here's how the virologist did it. And by the way, this is the exact steps that are outlined in a 1973 Pasteur Institute virology conference, and they came to it what they call the consensus agreement on how to isolate and purify a virus. So I'm not making this up. This was accepted practice. It's doable, and the virologists in 1973 agreed this is the way to do it. Here's how you do it. You take some tissue, like lung fluid, or in Stefan Lenka's case, sea algae, right? And you grind it up in a blender. That just loosens it up so you can work with it better. It's similar to how you make coffee. You take coffee beans and then you grind them up in a coffee maker. And then you have liquid stuff, and then you filter it through a filter paper that only lets the liquid and the viruses and the proteins through. and keeps the cells and the other debris and the bacteria from going through. It's again very similar to how you make coffee, right? You put it through a filter, the coffee part goes through, and all the grinds and stuff, they stay above. Now, what you have then is unpurified liquid with viruses and proteins and a bunch of other things in it. So then you do something called density centrifugation, which is you make a sucrose gel and you spin it real fast and things separate by weight. So just to say a number, everything that's 1 pound makes a band here, everything 2 pounds and 1.5 makes a band in the middle, and those are purified particles of the same weight. So if you have a virus that's 1.5 pounds, it'll make a band. If you have another virus, 2 pounds, that'll make a different band. And then you take a syringe or a pipette and you suck that band out, right? And then you look at it under an electron microscope and you see whether you did it properly. Because maybe you didn't spin it long enough, so it didn't purify enough.
Right. I mean,
And then you publish it and you get this.
right. Because even
And
if
then,
you go,
because nobody believes you, you know, we're not supposed to believe other people. They may have made it up. So you have to show us the picture.
Yeah.
And that's how you do it. It's very simple, straightforward, and that's how virologists isolate and purify. And I can tell you, there is no example of an isolated, purified hep C virus, HIV virus, coronavirus, measles virus. They don't exist.
I mean, even if you go through this process, you're going to get stuff. If it's the same size and the same weight, you're going to look at it under the microscope. You're going to see a few different things there, and it's not just going to be all one type
No,
of
it's
particle.
all one thing.
Right.
It is all one thing. It's like if you want to separate elephants from rhinoceros, they, I think, weigh different.
Yeah, if they
One
weigh.
would come out in an elephant band and the other in a rhinoceros band.
Sure.
And they wouldn't mix because they weigh different. And this is a very potent technique of separating things out by weight. And it's a very, intuitive and logical way of separating things. And it's been done for 20 years with hundreds of different viruses or exosomes. That's how they purify exosomes, and they see if it helps you grow your hair back. So this is not an unusual step. Now, what's interesting is if you ask a virologist, so why don't you take lung fluid from somebody with COVID, grind it up, filter it, centrifuge it, show us the picture. You know what they say? There's not enough to see.
Yeah.
And then you say, wait a minute, if there's not enough to see, why do you think that's going to kill the person? Well, because it's the cause of, how do you know? You can't, if you
Right.
do that, you don't see anything. The only way you see it is if you take that unpurified mess and inoculate it on a tissue, starve and poison the tissue, and it breaks down into this stuff, which is the way that tissue detoxifies, and then you can see it. And that's nuts, because that's not even coming from this original person. That's coming from the tissue. Now, it's true that that original person who's sick probably has some kind of poison or something degrading in him, which will influence what happens with the tissue. That's what throws them off, because if you put the stuff from a measles person in versus a chickenpox, you get different breakdown products. But that's simply because whatever caused it was different. It's still there. And again, you could say, how do I know this? One of the reasons I know it is Stefan Lankus said, look, this is how you said there's a measles virus. And I can prove to you there is no measles virus because I do the same whole procedure, except I start with somebody who doesn't have measles, and it still breaks down the tissue. And I'll give anybody 100,000 euros if they show me an isolated, purified measles virus.
Right.
And eventually people took them up on it. And it went to the German Supreme Court, and they said there's no evidence that measles virus exists.
And this is the same guy that isolated the viruses in the algae. Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's interesting when what got him going on this is he says, okay, I found the virus in the sea algae. And then he noticed that the sea algae that had the virus were healthy.
Right.
The sea algae that didn't have the virus were sick. And he said, that's weird, because I thought viruses are supposed to be bad for us. And then he started looking into the literature, and to his surprise found that when tissues make these viruses, they're healthier because they can detoxify. And if you stop a tissue from making these viruses, otherwise known as exosomes, they get sick and die. And he said to himself, wait a minute, this is wrong. These things don't cause disease. There is no published record of isolated, purified virus causing animal disease. And that's really where we're at.
Well, I mean, this, you know, I was reading in the book, and so this guy, Stephen Lanka, basically then posited the notion that now everybody knows is true, that human beings have a virome. We have trillions of these viruses or exosomes. So you don't think there's a difference at all between an exosome and a virus? Is that true, or are these two different?
There is no difference. Mm-hmm. That's what the virologists say.
They're seeing exosomes and they're trying to call them viruses and saying they're contagious, but it's actually just this detoxification system that we have in our body that's composed of these exosomes.
It's a detoxification communication system. Mm-hmm. Period. There's nothing pathogenic about this.
Well, that's just
anybody who, you know, when you go back. So I've spent the last 9 months looking for a study that shows me that a isolated virus, right, causes human disease. Now, what's interesting is, so I go to AIDS, right, caused by HIV, we're told. So where is the paper that says HIV causes AIDS? Eventually I found it. It goes like this. There was, so they do antibody tests on people, and they say, because you have antibodies, that means you have a virus that's going to kill you, which is interesting because if you do an antibody test for somebody with mumps, they say you're immune for life against the virus.
Right.
But if you have antibodies to HIV, that means the virus is going to kill you. How they explain that, I don't know. But anyways,
yeah, that's crazy. Crazy that what people think is true, like this antibody thing, everybody thinks this is true, and then it's like, but then even when they were coming out a month ago and saying, well, when we have antibodies for coronavirus, it might not help you. It's like, well, what? What happened to your old theory, and where are these theories coming from? And like, guys like you look it up, and there is no foundation for this. It seems to be common knowledge. Everybody thinks it's what science has proven, but it's just not. It's just something somebody said. Like, it's crazy to me.
It is. It's totally crazy. But anyways, here's the story. So there's somebody with AIDS who's HIV positive. Now, if you look in the package insert for the HIV positive antibody test, it says there's 33 other conditions that can cause you to be HIV positive. Stress, pregnancy, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, 29 other ones.
Wow.
So you have no idea what the matter with this person is.
Right.
So they take blood from this sick person, right? They don't isolate anything. They don't purify. They inject it into one chimpanzee. Then they put the chimpanzee in a cage for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, the chimpanzee gets what they call an opportunistic infection, which might be a yeast infection, because that's an opportunistic infection. So they didn't actually say, and is HIV positive. So in other words, the proof that HIV causes AIDS is you took blood from somebody who's sick, injected that in a chimpanzee, put the chimpanzee in solitary confinement for 10 years, fed him God knows what.
Right.
The chimpanzee got a yeast infection, and that means HIV causes AIDS. I don't know about you, but that seems like messed up. That's not proof of anything except chimpanzees don't like to be put in cages for 10 years, and they might get sick if you do that.
Will you tell my listeners, since we're kind of on the subject, about the 1919, the study that was done in 1919 to try to prove that the flu, the 1919 flu, was contagious? They're literally like injecting people's blood, so they actually found human volunteers, and they're doing this on humans, and they couldn't get them sick. It's crazy.
So here's another interesting. So by everybody's estimation, the most virulent, most contagious virus in recent history, right? So we know about it.
Yeah.
Was the 1918 so-called Spanish flu pandemic. Highly contagious, killed 20 to 50 million people. So in one of the best medical studies ever done, in my opinion, the Boston Health Department in 1919, in the middle of the flu, got 100 people who were in various stages of having the Spanish flu. They were high fever, sick, some of them died, they were coughing, the whole bit. Florid, absolutely incontrovertible flu. And then they get 100 prisoners. And I think they bribed them, and they said, if you volunteer, we'll let you out.
Right.
So they did. Now, they divided them into 3 groups. One, they took the sick person and they coughed right in their face of the healthy volunteer, so-called volunteer, for 20 minutes. The next group, also about 30 people, and they recorded each person what happened to them. They put their open up like you were like kissing, right? So that close together, but they didn't touch. And then the sick person forcefully breathed into the open mouth of the volunteer for between 15 and 20 minutes.
Right. That'll pass in aerosols.
Right. In the third group, they took the sick people and they sucked the snot out of their nose and injected the snot into the nose of the healthy person, the volunteer.
Right.
And then they saw what happened. And they report in the studies in our book, one of the 100 volunteers got sick, and he was one of the ones they stuck the stuff up his nose, and what he got was a runny nose.
Yeah.
Which I thought, right. And it had no relation to the flu. I mean, he wasn't sick. He just, like, got a runny nose.
Right.
And what's so interesting about this is they then had a so-called discussion where they were commenting on their findings, right? So they clearly say not one person got sick. And here's 2 possible conclusions. 1, apparently this isn't contagious. Number 2, we should have tried harder to make the volunteers sick. And I thought to myself, because that's what they said.
Yeah.
We didn't try hard enough. And I thought, what do they think they have to do, like a lung transplant? I mean,
Right.
True, if you do that, somebody might get sick. But it's not because of a virus, it's because it's not good to get a lung transplant.
Right, or we could inject it straight into their brains and see if we get a reaction that way. You know?
Yeah, right. I mean, the point is, the delusion is so thick, right?
Yeah.
This is like a spell.
Yeah, right.
And even faced with the most, I mean, it was a very good study, right? They did exactly what you should have done. They tried any reasonable way to identify sick people in the throes of their infection, right? They weren't over it. They knew also, some people have criticized me and say, how do you know those 100 people hadn't had the flu before? And now they were immune.
Right.
The answer is because they asked them, have you guys ever been sick? They said no. They had no evidence that they were sick at all. And so maybe they said they were, so-called asymptomatic. You can make up all kinds of names, but the fact of the matter is they said they were never sick. And the idea that they happened to pick 100 people who had the flu and now were immune is frankly ludicrous.
Right.
I mean, that's just nonsense.
Well, it should be noted, I think, because these vaccines and the whole theory of vaccines that started 200 plus years ago, I mean, this is a way where doctors can make money off people who are healthy. I mean, this is, something that I've thought about in the past, and just to provide a motive. Like, why are so many people pushing this viral theory? And it's because it's highly profitable, and it gives you a reason to do a procedure on someone who's healthy. You're not waiting for somebody to get sick. So suddenly, instead of just sick people being your financial base, then everybody needs to get a vaccine. Healthy people need to get this procedure done, and so there's such a profit motive to prove that germ theory is true and that vaccines work, that I think it's just over the course of these 200 years. I mean, it's just one of the reasons why I think these studies happen over and over again, and they want to insist that it's still true even though they can't prove it doing any of their experiments. I mean, does this make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, I try to avoid ascribing motives to people I don't know, right?
Sure.
That gets you into trouble. But, I mean, there certainly is that. And I actually think there's a bigger problem than even just the financial motive. Mm-hmm. It's a way of looking at the world that fundamentally says, the world is somehow out to get me, and I have to, protect myself against other people and other animals and communicating with other people. And that's a very toxic way to think about life.
Sure.
And I think that's more noxious than even the financial part, because that creates a society that nobody wants to live in. And that's unfortunately what's happening.
Right. I mean, you talk about fear in the book, just the stress of being under fear, and what's going on right now with the coronavirus thing. Everybody's scared out of their minds because they think this invisible invading army of viruses is out to get them.
Right. And, it's interesting because, as you, I think, pointed out, it turns out that fear itself has been proven to make your tissues create exosomes. And so you can actually make people make something that, quote, looks like this virus and gives you the genetic material that, if that's your thing, is to try to find pieces of genetic material. Because what a PCR test is measuring fundamentally is how much tissue breakdown you have. That's why it looks like sick people have a higher, quote, viral load, because they're actually breaking down the most.
Mm-hmm, right.
They have the most toxic exposure, whether it's fear or electromagnetic fields or arsenic or whatever it is, or glyphosate. They're breaking down, and then you say, oh, you got a lot of viruses. They don't have a lot of viruses. They have a lot of destruction. And that's why they seem, they have all this stuff, these viral particles. I mean, the whole thing starts to make sense if you can think about it differently. You were talking about antibodies. There was a quote from, the head of some infectious disease part, with a straight face when he was asked, what do antibodies to coronavirus mean? And he said, well, they either mean you were sick or you weren't sick. You're either immune or you're not immune.
Right.
And you either had the virus or you didn't have the virus. And I thought to myself, it's like going in buying a refrigerator. You go to the store and you say to the guy, what do you think about this refrigerator? He says, well, it's a good refrigerator. It'll either keep your food cold or it won't.
Right.
And if he said that, you would say, you're a lunatic, you know, you have no business being in this store. And yet somehow these are become respected scientists who say this same kind of nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. It's strange. And then, I mean, I've done an episode in the past, we can get into it, but just about this idea of scientism, like you're talking about, like this mythology of science that hasn't actually even been proven by science, including this kind of martial metaphor that you talk about, this invading army of invisible viruses that is going to, you know, kill us all. And it's not really proven by science, but everybody thinks that it's true. And everybody thinks it's been proven unequivocally by science. And so we all believe it, and we're the most rational people. You know, I talk to people, I try to bring up your ideas with my friends. They can barely even listen to what I'm trying to say. And I'm like, well, look at all these, you know, scientific studies that have been done, and they won't read them, you know, because their belief system is so ingrained. It's actually, it's a fascinating. I did an interview last week about cognitive dissonance, trying to be like, why won't people look at this stuff? You know, it's rational, even if they disagree, you know.
I mean, that gets into the whole thing when people ask me, what do I think about, you know, Amazon, you know, essentially censoring my book. And,
Yeah.
you know, what I mainly think is, so I write this book, you know, and you know, people listening can think whether they think I'm a lunatic or not, but I think I have some clear, well-reasoned, well-referenced, you know, things to say.
Sure.
Now, is everything correct? I'm sure not. In fact, I know some things that I probably even a few months ago didn't know, and I would change.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to have somebody say, no, here's how we proved that coronavirus exists. Here's isolated, purified characterization of the genome. You missed this study. Fine, I'll actually correct it.
Mm.
But instead, you never get that. In fact, I know that they, you know, took it down without actually reading it, because I happen to know they never actually received the book.
Oh, wow.
They did it based on the title.
Yeah.
And so why don't they say, here's his ideas, here's where he's incorrect based on this fact and this study, and here's this isolated thing. Fine. That's apparent. That's supposedly how the world is supposed to work. Instead, you're not allowed to say this. I mean, why not?
Yeah, it's nuts. I want to bring up another point too, that this germ theory that you're talking about, like, I mean, we've discussed that it was basically, you know, Pasteur is what, about 1860, 1870, and then we've got the discovery of the viruses in the 1930s, and then it wasn't until the 1980s when Western medicine had an understanding of how, like you're discussing, Stephen Lanka discovers this virome, that we actually have viruses in our body all the time, and then now people are talking about the virome. Like these are just, we have, I mean, literally trillions of these organisms in our body at all times, and now that we know of the existence, like now that science has discovered this, you'd think that their theories would change, right, to incorporate the new knowledge.
Yeah.
But instead, we see this clinging to this germ theory and this vaccination protocol, you know, decades after people understand how, you know, our bodies need bacteria and viruses or exosomes for this bioremediation, and then even...
And communication and detoxification.
Yeah, right. I mean, why don't you go into that a little bit? Just then, the theory that disease is toxin-based and not, you know, viral-based or contagion-based.
I mean,
go into that.
You know, it's also, you're correct. When the people in Pasteur's time insisted that there are no microorganisms in us, you know, from like our skin inward, except those that cause disease, right? So that's what the people who came up with the germ theory thought. Now, nobody thinks that today. But,
right.
You know, I'm not that old, but I remember in my early days in medicine, we used to still think that, and we would take people who were sick and we would attempt to sterilize them. You know, give them antibiotics until all their bacteria were gone so we could cure them. And I can tell you it never once worked.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
the
and this is
reality is bacteria are there to biodegrade toxins. So how does it work? You get exposed to a toxin, it deteriorates your tissue. The bacteria that are always there, they see a situation. actually change their form to be specific to bioremediate that dead and diseased tissue.
Mm-hmm.
That's the role of bacteria. Viruses, they typically happen when there's been damage to the genetic material, either the DNA or the RNA, through a variety of toxins, in particular electromagnetic field toxins, which are specifically toxic to the DNA because DNA are actually antennae. So they deteriorate the DNA, the body packages them up as these so-called viruses to A, get rid of the poison, and B, communicate what's happening. That is the role of viruses and bacteria in nature.
Mm-hmm.
There's no room for them being pathogenic.
Yeah, I mean, it's again going back to that martial mythology, that theory that these invading microorganisms are like dirty, and the solution is to sterilize them. And you see it in all of Western medicine to this day, where you make me think about chemotherapy, which you bring up in the book about cancer. Where they're looking at cancer, and they're just trying to kill the cancer. It's like this eradication and sterilization of the problem instead of this alternative mythology, which all other cultures in the history of the world have worked with, which is trying to find a balance between the energies that are at play, and then when you're imbalanced, then you're healthy. It's not the invading enemy that has to be eradicated, right?
Right. So you can see cancer very simply. You have this tissue, which is basically organized water,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you have a breast. It's organized water. It's organized by the proteins in it and the water in it, the fats and the minerals. And then you start poisoning it, and it says, wow, I got to put this poison into a garbage can to keep it out of the general tissue. So it creates these so-called cancerous cells. It puts the toxins in the garbage can, and then you're sort of okay. Except if you keep filling more and more garbage cans, then eventually your whole house is full of garbage cans, and we call that metastatic cancer.
Yeah.
And that's the whole problem right there. You poison the tissue, it collects the poison as it should. Just like if I came to your house and dumped a whole lot of garbage in it, and I said, it's better for you not to put it in garbage cans, you just leave it in your house, you would say, that's ridiculous, I'm going to buy some garbage bags, put the garbage in there, and hopefully take it out to the curb so somebody can get rid of it.
Right.
And unfortunately, because we don't understand this, we get rid of the garbage cans. That's our therapy for people with cancer. And we don't know how to get them to take it out to the curb. We don't know how to give them more bags to garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know how to stop them from getting more garbage that they need to put in more bags in the first place, because we say we don't believe in that. And we say we don't want to accuse the patient of creating their own problem, because we're compassionate. So don't worry, you didn't do anything, it's just bad luck and genes, and so we'll take your garbage out and we're good.
Right.
It's a very patronizing, materialistic, infantilizing way to see the world. You are a poor, misunderstanding, ignorant fool who can't do anything. You have no power. You have no say. You have no sovereignty. You just have to do what we say, and then maybe you'll be fine or maybe not, because sometimes it's incurable. I mean, that is such a disempowering, it's like how we live today. You have no say, you can't go here, you can't go there, you can't look at anybody. We tell you who to touch and who not to touch. We tell you what to watch and what not to see. And you can't say because you don't know anything. And I don't want to live like that.
What about things like AZT and then even these antivirals like remdesivir? They're all connected to chemotherapy drugs too, right? I keep reading that these are like, the AZT, they dusted that off the shelf. It was a chemotherapy drug, and now they're going to use it as an antiviral, and remdesivir and these other things. I mean, how are those?
Yeah, these are they're chemo drugs because chemo essentially inhibits the DNA from breaking down. Mm-hmm. And so if you stop the DNA from breaking down, it looks like you get less viruses. Right. And then sometimes that may, quote, stabilize the situation a little bit for the time being. Just like if you have a bunch of garbage cans and you remove the garbage cans with surgery, you know, temporarily your house is a little cleaner. But, you know, ultimately the mortality rate doesn't change, and in fact it kills a lot of people, both of those drugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's crazy. You know, even the Johns Hopkins study that shows that allopathic medicine is like the third largest cause of death in the country, and people are still begging for it. Like they don't they don't doubt the methodology, when I think you're spot on with this, like this martial warlike mythology is the problem, when we need to be looking at things in a much more holistic manner and teaching people how to live healthier lives and how to eat better. And you have a whole chapter in the book about food, what to eat, the kind of water to drink. I mean, clean water. For the billions of dollars that we're spending on vaccines around the world, or any of these other drugs, you know, a fraction of that cost could go towards giving people better drinking water.
Right. How about clean food, clean soil, clean air, clean water,
right?
Healthy relations,
yeah.
Simple life, you know, fresh air, sunshine. Right. I mean,
there's a good idea.
Yeah. And now instead of all that, it's just this virus. And
right.
It's just a spell. And that's why I finished the book with a story about how this is not the first time human beings have been under a spell.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we better wake up soon, because it doesn't look so good right now.
It is interesting how powerful it is psychologically on people. They're just so, they're so insistent that this methodology, even though it clearly hasn't been working, like they're hitting their head against the wall. You know, more chemo drugs, right? More chemo drugs, and then it'll all go away. Well, you've been doing this for you know, 75 years or more, and it's not helping. So when can they wake up from the spell? You know, like, what does it take?
I don't know. We'll see.
It's crazy.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, are you ready to call it? I could talk for another half an hour. I usually give my my subscribers a little something extra. So, I mean, it's up to you. We could call it now. But
yeah, I think we're good.
All right. Yeah, an hour is pretty solid. We got a lot of good information out to everybody. I would recommend reading the book. I did want to get into this idea of resonance. I mean, there's so much more that we could talk about, this idea of resonance, and then the fourth phase of water that you get into, and how the body works as a crystalline structure. And this is part of the communication device that you're talking about when we talk about how exosomes and genetic material can get communicated from person to person in this alternative theory to just this viral contagion theory that we're so used to. But people are going to have to read the book. So
yeah, good.
They're going to have to get it on Barnes & Noble, because it's not on Amazon.
Yeah, Barnes & Noble or drtomcowan.com. We have some copies now.
Okay, sounds great. I'll point people in that direction.
Great.
All right. Thanks again for being on the show. Well, why don't you, can you
Okay.
tell people where to get in touch with the Weston Price Foundation as well, so they know, because I know you're deeply involved with
Yeah,
those
just
guys.
weston8price.org.
Okay. All right. Sounds great.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Thanks for your time, Dr. Cowan. You have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that was another fantastic episode of The Shift. Really happy to have that conversation with Dr. Tom Cowan. What a great guy! I mean, he's managing to put forth this terrain theory, not quite terrain, but not viral theory of disease spread, and he's sticking to his guns. And I got to say, this contagion myth really lays it out. And I'd recommend checking it out for any of you who are open-minded enough to be able to look at some of this information that's alternative to what the medical establishment considers to be the case in terms of how diseases are spread. One of the things, I think I've said this a couple of times, but one of the good things that's come out of the whole coronavirus fiasco that we're all living through right now is that on a certain corner of the web, this whole terrain theory versus virus theory debate kind of exploded out of nowhere. People like Dr. Andy Kaufman, Dr. Cowan, of course, Dr. Stephanie Seneff, and Dr. Judy Mikovits have been discussing these alternative theories. And the interesting thing is it's really starting to make sense to me. I mean, initially I was kind of blown away, and I was thinking this is a little bit too far out for me. I'm not sure if I can give this perspective credence, but I can tell you that after reading the Contagion myth, it's pretty well laid out. He's got the scientific sources to back up his point of view, and at least makes you gotta wonder enough to do your own research and decide for yourself what you believe. It just kind of goes back to that central theme that we've been bumping up against over and over again, which is healthcare freedom. So sad that the pharmaceutical companies and the government corporate complex just doesn't allow medical doctors like Dr. Cowan or a Dr. Robert Young, who wrote the pH Miracle, who I've spoken to in a roundtable discussion. They just don't let these doctors have the time of day. They don't get to participate in the mainstream conversations, and so a really healthy debate around these issues never really happens. And it's up to us as individuals to decide what kind of healthcare we would like and we would choose, whether it be the allopathic model or a more holistic approach. It seems to me like it should be a personal choice. So, really want to put it out there for people like Dr. Cowan who are getting this alternative information out and explaining an alternative point of view for everybody, so you can make those decisions. One of the things that he brought up that really kind of blew my mind was this idea that the viral theory, which is now probably 200 years old, was discovered or was theorized well before even the discovery of bacteria and viruses. And now, it wasn't until the 1980s until scientists discovered that human beings have a birome and a virome, and that these things are inside of us and they're serving some function. Obviously, we're not disease-ridden all the time, so the virome must be there for a reason. And it's just fascinating that, the virus theory wasn't able to evolve when the new information came along. So, I think this is part of the work that Dr. Cowan and others are doing, is to take that new information and start to question the earlier theories when science has evolved to a place that takes it beyond the initial model. So really, I think worth looking into. I highly recommend the book, The Contagion Myth. You can find out. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention real quick before we get out there, before I let you go, is that his medical theory is starting to sound a lot more like, wisdom teachings from all over the world. And this is something that I also promote on this program, especially because I think there is a lot of wisdom in the sciences of other cultures. It wasn't like white guys just showed up and discovered reason and figured out a worldview that was, superior to everybody else's. It's like, guess what? Other cultures have been thinking about things for a long time. and they think about things differently than Western culture has come to this point. But there's a lot of good to the systems that you can learn about should you choose to listen to their mythologies and understand their alchemies. And Dr. Cowan's really knocking on the door, taking Western science and then cross-pollinating, or at least taking the language of Western scientists and, in a sense, rediscovering what these wisdom traditions have known all along. So I think it brings a lot of credence to people who are presenting a Western medical argument for paying closer attention maybe to the Ayurvedic medicines or the traditional Chinese medicines or the indigenous medicines, medical systems that people have been using for tens of thousands of years in some cases, because there's actually something to them. And so it's refreshing for me to see Dr. Cowan doing this work to show how science is actually showing how human beings, there is a unified field. Human beings do work on these energy frequencies, and that the energy inside of our bodies needs to be healthy in order for our bodies to be healthy. So again, just happy to have this conversation with him. I really am glad that he came on the show. I've been trying to put this together really since last June, and he was moving around a lot. So we finally got to have the chat. I would highly recommend checking things out. All of his books, actually. I've read 2 of them so far. But you can go to drtomcowan.com, and you can see all of his work there. Plus, I recommend checking out the Weston A. Price Foundation, westonaprice.org, where Dr. Cowan works with a lot of other individuals to kind of promote a health and wellness philosophy that you can get more information about there. So I'll just take a second to remind everybody that you've been listening to The Shift. I'm your host, Doug McKenty. You can check out The Shift with Doug McKenty on Facebook and on YouTube, and I'm also on Twitter at @DMcKenty, or of course the website www.theshiftnow.com, where you can check out all of the roundtable discussions that I've been doing with Rob Rubin at Transparent Media Truth, as well as all the Shift episodes and an old show that I did on local radio. So there's a lot of content there if you want to check that out. Just another reminder to please like and share and subscribe. We're really counting on our listeners to help with distribution here. So if you like what you're hearing, go ahead and click on share and get it out to all of your friends, because you are going to be the primary drivers of this information, I think, given the current state of things on the internet. So if you'll make that effort, you'll go a long way towards helping make the shift possible. So thanks again for listening, and I'll be back next week with another episode. So take care until then, and we'll see you then. Bye.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life.
Hello, it's me, Dr. Wilson. Yes, it is still me. I just cut my hair. But don't worry, It's gonna grow back, I promise. In a few months, you'll be doing a double take after you click on my video thinking I look like Jarvis Johnson. But even though I'm not Jarvis Johnson, you are still premium, and I've got a premium video for you today. Especially if you're one of my new subscribers after seeing Professor Dave and I completely demolish those anti-vaxxers in New York City. Because several weeks ago, I did a debate with a guy who is a terrain theory proponent. This is someone who thinks that germ theory is not true, and they prefer something called terrain theory. Don't know what that is? Well, you'll find out in this video, I guess. Now, the person who set up this debate wanted to get me debating a more prominent proponent of terrain theory, someone named Andrew Kaufman, but that's not the first opportunity he's had to debate me, and every single time he doesn't want to do it, because people who promote terrain theory are normally cowards who don't want to talk to people like me who could call them out on all of their nonsense. But I'm willing to talk to or debate most people, so I accepted this offer to debate this guy named Johnny, and I think it went pretty interestingly. So I'm going to show you the whole debate unedited except for one part where I will edit myself in to make a correction on something that I said towards the end of the debate. With all that said, please enjoy this video.
And I guess we're going to start this debate out with you, Johnny. We'll let you go first.
So I have the tallest mountain to climb. Dan just simply has to defend normalcy, and I have to kick against that. And here's the crazy part of it. It's all about the worldview, the world paradigm, the two paradigms, the difference between so-called germ theory and terrain theory. And it really is a radical difference. It's a radical difference. So I couch this, and I'm sure I'm being a bit of a jerk when I couch this because I'm using euphemism. But for the most part, I would say terrain theory, you know, it's kind of like what you would hope to see when you go for a doctor's visit. It's my biggest problem when you go in for a doctor's visit. What I would like for a doctor to do is to heal you. You would expect the doctor to be holistic, to examine you entirely. You go in and say, hey doc, I'm having trouble sleeping. I've got headaches. I've got neck pain. You know, what can you do? And the doctor tells you, well, I'm going to prescribe for you a pill that should take care of your pain. And if that doesn't take care of it, we'll cut that neck muscle out, and that'll take care of that. And rather than what you would think, for me personally, what I would need a healer to do is to take in the whole, give you a battery of questions, which you will never have, to give you a battery of questions. Start off with, what's your job? Are you married? Do you have kids? Are you happily married? Do your kids drive you crazy? Are you fulfilled in your religious beliefs? What do you eat? How much time do you spend on the computer? How much time do you spend on the phone? This is called alternative medicine, a holistic approach. And it is absolutely critical to your health to have all of these factors involved and examined. And it's very atypical for a doctor to take that into account. They are symptom oriented, and forgive me again if I sound like a jerk, it's basically cut, poison, and burn. Treat with narcotics, treat with surgeries, and for the most part, all the things that are absolutely critical to your healing, your diet, your sleep, your relationships. Nowhere have I ever personally experienced a doctor that gets involved with relationships. How are you spiritually, mentally, how much stress? Meanwhile, what I've seen in my research is you absolutely can will yourself, worry yourself into cancer and death. You absolutely can will and worry yourself into cancer and death. And this is nowhere on the horizon for the medical system. And I've done some background on how it is that it changed. It did change from that. But I'll shut up for a minute, see if Dan has anything on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's a simplistic generalization of the medical field. I mean, and it's not my experience. It might be some people's experience when they go to their doctor. They feel like the system's not made for them. They feel like their doctor's not listening. They feel like they're not getting the help they need. Plenty of people experience that. When I go to my doctor, he asks me about my life. He asks me how much I drink, how much I smoke. He asks me if I'm active, if I'm exercising. He asks me like if my kids are sleeping, how that is. And I also see a therapist to talk about other life issues, which is recommended by most medical societies to do that if you need that. And so I think that, while the medical system does not serve everybody perfectly by a long shot, the research that is out there on what you should do and what does help build a sustainable, healthy, holistic lifestyle is there and is recommended by most medical societies, if not your personal doctor. So I think that's just a difference in maybe experience, possibly, but you said something. I guess I was expecting to get into viruses mostly, but you said you can will yourself into cancer. That's something that I would disagree with. I guess, do you mean that if you are just not like mentally you can give yourself cancer?
Well, yeah, that was kind of hyperbole, Dan. Forgive me. What I meant by that is if you are not healthy and happy mentally, emotionally, spiritually, that can affect you physically. And I don't have data on this. I just have circumstantial evidence that I would say, for example, that where you have a married couple that have been close for decades, and one of them dies, and then within a few days the other one dies as well, there would appear to be a causal connection of emotional where the other just kind of gives up. I've seen examples of people that are under extreme duress and then suddenly they die of cancer. So again, I apologize for being kind of fast and loose with that. I would say, me personally, I would draw the connection that mental, emotional, spiritual duress can directly affect your physical health, and in fact, maybe even to the point of cancer or extreme problems that cause your death.
Okay. Well, so cancer in particular, it's a disease of basically broken genes, right? As you get older, you acquire more and more mutations in your cells because your DNA is always dividing to create new cells, which means that there can be mistakes in that division. You're also being exposed to things like UV rays, cosmic rays that can cause damage to the DNA. If that doesn't get repaired properly, then that can lead to mutations. And you're also exposed to things in the environment that can cause mutations, like mutagens or carcinogens that can promote the likelihood of cancer. So over time, that damage in your DNA does build up, and that's what causes cancer. Now, if you are living a lifestyle where you are in duress, you are depressed, you are not living a healthy lifestyle, you are not eating well, you are drinking, you're smoking, you're not sleeping well, those are all things that can increase risk of cancer. So those behavioral lifestyles can be linked with something like depression and being constantly stressed. But I would say it's more of an indirect cause that those things contribute to cancer.
And this is a major difference between the two of us, where I would say it's much more environmental, and I would say that it's actually very dangerous. Part of this is big picture, Dan. Forgive me for going big picture, and again, straying away from viruses and vaccines, but it's important to get the big picture. For me, I had a life-changing event back in 1994, became born-again Christian, and it gave me a different perspective, and it gave me a perspective on human nature, it gave me a perspective on interplay of power and money, and put me where I'm at right now, to be a journalist and a skeptic. And so my worldview is that of being very skeptical and cynical in relation to power and money. And what I have seen, and certainly my background tells me, is that human beings are basically evil and selfish and self-centered. And if you give a small number of people tremendous power, they're going to coalesce that power, they're going to abuse that power, and their goals will be to get more money and power as they beat down everybody else. And I would say pretty fairly that we've seen a lot of this historically through so-called colonialism, and particularly in the West. But this is what's important to me. So, in relation to my worldview is what I mean. And so, as a result of that worldview, I'm skeptical. I have concerns if I see that it's my environment that is causal to my health or my illness, things that I'm doing on a regular basis, things that I'm eating, things are too readily available for me, fast food and soda pop and smoking and alcohol, versus things that are obviously, if I do the research, much more healthy. Vegetables and fruits that are not necessarily sprayed with glyphosates, that toxins that may stay resident in your body throughout the years, not being addressed. Radiation, everything, believe it or not, I've seen evidence that electricity, simple phone, radio waves through cell phone waves, Wi-Fi. I personally would say that a large majority of human beings have varied resistance to that, and it has caused some illness. And there are some books that I could cite, Arthur Furstenberg's Invisible Rainbow for one, and that environmental causes. And so my concern is that when you get into dismissing environmental causes and simply with a wave of the hand saying, oh, that's genetics. I heard Dave Farina say, oh, you don't even know what autism is. Autism is a genetical problem. Well, here's the concern. If it's not genetics, what people mean when they say, oh, it's just genetics, go back to sleep, don't have any effect on your lifestyle, don't worry about these things that you're taking in, don't worry about your food, don't worry about the radiation, don't worry about your cell phone, don't worry about it. As soon as you pierce the skin, your skin is a defense barrier. It's a defense barrier. So anything you put past the skin into the bloodstream is logarithmically expanded, whether for good or for evil. And so I have a concern with necessarily dismissing what could be a negative to your health. Just genetics, you can't have anything. You can't have any effect. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. No, don't change anything. So I'm somewhat skeptical about how powers could benefit from that.
Sure. So two things. First, I hear you on the colonialism, and when you coalesce a lot of power within a small group of individuals, bad things happen. We're totally on the same page there. But I think the beauty of the scientific community is that that's not how it works. Kind of how people view science is flawed in a lot of ways. I think if they're not part of the community, which is like, they see people who are figureheads at the tops of government organizations or Nobel Prize winners as like the people who, whatever they say goes. But that's not really how science works, right? It's a global, interconnected, very collaborative community where, people in the US are collaborating with people from multiple different countries, maybe to produce one paper. And all these different labs all over the world are all kind of competing against one another because they all want to make the next big discovery. Scientists, we all want to win the Nobel Prize, so to speak. We all want to make a big, impactful discovery that will change the way we think or add to what we think. And when you have that whole system of people wanting that thing, it becomes a community where people are constantly checking each other, right? Like, it doesn't matter if someone who won a Nobel Prize says something that's wrong. The scientific community are going to go against that. Like, it doesn't matter about their status. And that's how I have seen the scientific community work. And it's also, it helps that it spans countries and ideologies and religions. So it's not like one central idea that's running science. It's just, let's see what we can discover about the natural world with objective experimentation. And, there are certainly forces that try to co-opt science, like with the tobacco industry, we've seen that, where they try to give the public perception that science says cigarettes are okay when they're not. And when in reality, scientific communities for decades, if not centuries, knew that smoking was causing cancer. And that, I guess, leads into my second point, which is that my message is not that it's all genetics, don't think about it. Because even though cancer is a disease of broken genes, that doesn't mean inherited genes, so to necessarily. As you live, you can damage your genes, and it can be either through time or through environmental exposures like tobacco smoke, for example. Those things can damage your DNA. So there's absolutely things you can do to live a better lifestyle to prevent cancer, right? But it at its core comes down to damage in the DNA, and environmental factors can damage your DNA, like I said. So yeah, it's not all about just genetics. Don't worry about it. That's a misconception when people say cancer is a disease of genetics. You can inherit genes that make you more likely to get cancer. That's why we see some kids with cancer, because they're young, they've inherited genes from their parents that are already broken, and they're more likely to develop cancer at a younger age rather than at an older age, where most people get cancer at an older age, where their genes have withstood a lot of damage. So yeah, I don't want people to get the wrong idea that there's nothing you can do, even though cancer is a genetic or disease of the genes. There's plenty of things you can do to prevent cancers or reduce your risk of getting cancer.
I've come across something that seems very illustrative for me. I don't know if you're familiar with the 7 stages of disease, but this explains a lot to me if I look at it through this lens of the 7 stages of disease being markers for the individual that there's something wrong with their body. For instance, the first stage of disease, according to the 7 stages, is enervation, loss of energy, toxemia, buildup of toxins, irritation and distress, both physically and emotionally, inflammation of organs, tonsillitis, appendicitis, hepatitis, which is inflammation of the tonsils, appendices, liver, ulceration in the skin. Your body has toxins it's trying to expel and unable to do that through the natural processes, and so it opens up ulcers in the skin, because the skin is the largest organ in the body. Induration, which is scarring. Your body will create pockets of the toxins that it is unable to get rid of. And finally, cancer. And cancer, according to the 7 stages of disease, cancer is the ultimate expression of your body screaming at you that you've been poisoned. So my own personal take, Dan, is that for people that are suffering from particularly cancer, it would seem that how many doctors.
The next Hytale update is shaping up to be pretty big, including flamethrowers and over 20 more additions to go over that the team aim to add in the next month of pre-releases. The community now has a modding representative, plus I'm going to be taking part in the first ever survival games creator event. Very soon the team confirmed that we will be getting grass spread, so you don't need to worry about digging dirt around your house and it looking messy anymore. However, the team don't care about you as a player and are balancing that by also adding fire spread. So given water still needs a bit of work, make sure that you keep your house well protected, especially if you live in Zone 4. I swear, Simon is on a mission to make an enemy of the Quebecs, as they're now teasing a flamethrower as seen in this image. Propsy just lighting a bunch of trees on fire, a forest ablaze, just adding to global carbon emissions and melting the polar ice caps. A regular day for the Hytale team. Propsy actually commented on this, saying it's going to divide the community. Yeah, 50% burners, 50% sane normal people, bro. And whilst you can't deny that from a gameplay perspective, this does look cool, why must we fight to be the king of the ashes? Can we not all just live in harmony, Simon? In other news, the goblins are apparently getting some quality of life upgrades, and in general, certain enemies are being made more difficult or just being more balanced. The friend list is apparently almost done as well, so you can expect to be able to add your friends and join their worlds or see what servers they're playing on much easier. I imagine this is still something that we'll get updates on over time, so don't expect all of that functionality to work perfectly from the moment that they release it. It's confirmed that they do plan for the map to save your progress as you travel through your world in the future, so no more getting lost, unless you're Zoro. There will be more dinosaurs added. Functional boats are confirmed. There's going to be a taming system. All of these are huge asks from the community, and it's great to see the team have prioritized them, along with all armors now having balanced stats. Currently, they're all pretty similar. By the way, it would be huge if you considered subscribing with this close to 100k. Right now, finding a good Hytale server is pretty tough, but luckily, Hytale is going to be adding an in-game server list sooner than we we thought. Simon said their server list is getting a big rework soon. They say they'll even be showing some servers by default. That means the millions of Hytale players are going to be able to see community servers without needing to add the IP themselves. We'll also be getting that option to have multiple avatar presets that the team gave us a sneak preview of a few weeks ago, and the glider is still coming once they get it to feel less janky. In fact, Simon said, hint, if a modder fixes it, I'll happily pay. Man, I wish I could mod, because that seems like an easy win to me. All of these confirmations were actually prompted by Simon when he asked, what small features or quality of life improvements would you like us to add to Hytale in the short term? And from this post, we got a lot more insight into what's actually coming in the next few weeks. For example, it looks like we're going to be getting a ton of new hairstyles. I know some people thought that the current options were a tad limited. One user asked, will there be any non-human avatar customization options in the future? And Simon said they're going to start with masks, see how that goes, and then explore other options in future. Simon then replied to this user's list, stating that most things here were already on the to-do. If I were to guess which ones were the most likely, it's definitely got to be recovering arrows you shoot but miss. This is so that you don't go through them as quickly. I feel like this was probably always intended. Currently, when you pick up torches, they'll go into your inventory even if you already have half a stack in your offhand. This is likely going to be fixed so that they quick stack to your offhand without having to mess around. An upgraded watering can is definitely going to be a must now in my world now that the farm is getting bigger. Other farming additions as well, like infinite water sources, leads, and food luring for animals are all mentioned here. We definitely need better visibility in darker areas of the game too, at nighttime and in caves. Right now it's just a bit too difficult to see. Maybe a brightness slider will be the middle ground here. Plus the ability to write on signs or place an item frame for chest organization and general signage needs. This is another feature that feels like it was probably always intended to be in the game. There are signs already after all. And we all know the struggles of resource management and organization in these types of games. Another pet peeve people are noticing is because you need to switch to eat food so often, when you build up charge on your weapon and then swap to heal, once you swap back to the weapon, your charging is reset. The same goes for crossbows if you load the bolts. Switching causes that to reset as well. This actually does seem intentional, as Simon mentioned that they do have a version where this is fixed and it's quite fun. Maybe they were just opting to test how players felt about it first. But yes, I'd love it if they moved forward with this change, or just made eating food quicker to make up for it. Different food having varied lengths to consume might actually be interesting to play about with too. And now that I think about it, a general good solve here might actually just be allowing you to pop food into your offhand instead. This gives more purpose to the offhand wheel in general during combat, and I'm pretty sure that old versions of Hytale actually played with this idea. For example, in this clip here, at some point the team are planning to add a spyglass to help you zoom in. They actually already have a version of it and aim to add it in the game in a couple of weeks. Simon says that for zooming in general, modders will just be able to swap a keybind eventually to allow that, but in exploration mode, they want the zoom to serve a gameplay purpose, hence it being an item you likely have to craft or add to your inventory if you're in creative. Honestly, I think just having the keybind only work whilst in creative or toggled on as an admin command or additional feature might be the best move here. The team confirmed that they did have a grappling hook, they just need to bring it back to the launch version of Hytale and fix it up as it was quite buggy, and you could even attach yourself to birds. Which honestly doesn't sound that bad, given how much I like jumping around in this game when in creative mode. I reckon I'd love it just the way it is. Currently in game, the hammer is a tool that you can use to change the texture and patterns of building blocks. Modder Sketched McCaw called for a way to allow block group cycling when using this hammer, posting an image to visualize that idea. Simon confirmed that the hammer is only the beginning of better things to come. We know they're working really hard on the building tools, so I have no doubt this is going to get improvements. Despite mods being easier than ever to add in Hytale, if you do have a lot, it does become quite tedious selecting them one by one from a single list without filters or a search function. We aren't even able to make mod packs yet. Simon said mods are going to get a huge user experience / UI update in the future. One user did push back a bit here and said, we want a good core game. I don't plan on modding, I hate the idea of it. And Simon provided the answer that I think makes Hytale so special. Quote, we are building the game with modding to build the game so that it's a win-win for everyone. While we focus on the core game, we end up giving more tools to modders. Also, we are hiring almost solely from our own modding community, as they would come in already familiar with the way things work. With this, the official Hytale account also made a huge post, which I think speaks volumes for their intent to stay communicative with their players. They said, we are pleased to announce a special collaboration with a core member of the Hytale modding community, Cop and Joe. Working closely with modders, gathering feedback and suggestions from the Hytale community, he'll serve as our official modding ambassador to help us capture requests that will feed directly into our work backlog to improve Hytale Hytale modding. This will lead to more direct communication, clearer priorities, and most importantly, community-driven improvements to our modding tools. Honestly, I've been watching Cope and Joe's videos ever since he started releasing them on Hytale modding. I don't think they could have picked a better guy for the job. Genuinely so excited for him. Speaking of modding and Cope and Joe, he's going to be joining me judging the first ever Hytale Mod Jam, which is just wrapped up. Judging is going to take place live on this channel February 5th, 3 p.m. GMT, that's 10 a.m. EST. The theme is Echoes of the Machine, so I expect we'll be seeing a bunch of exciting mechanical and even steampunk-based mods. Plus, even a few more outside-the-box projects, I hope. We're collaborating with the Hytale modding community who are hosting this event and Nitrado who are sponsoring the prize pool for the event. The top 3 teams will win $1,000 and the top community-voted mod will also get $1,000. The events don't stop there either because I'll be streaming the first ever Creator Hytale survival games on February 8th. The Hytale SG server has been working hard to test this game mode and it should be a really fun day. This is the moment where I start to keep my promise to you guys. That's lots of different events, crazy happenings, and big projects moving forward. I'm so excited to start making more content and growing with the other creators in this space. Check the video on screen if you want to learn more about the history of Hytale. Thank you as always for watching Quebec Corner. Stay safe and keep free.
Sex scandals. It's an amazing thing if you think about it. This bedrock act of
that are treating you for cancer. You know, let's look at 1971. Richard Nixon started off a war on cancer with a $100 million tax grant. Today, it is $7 billion. And as far as I know, at that time in 1971, you had a 95% chance. Once you're diagnosed with cancer, you had a 95% chance of dying of cancer. And that has not changed in the slightest bit. So we have, 40 some odd years of taxpayer money being thrown at it. And do you have a different numbers on it?
Oh yeah, I mean, it depends on the cancer, but there's been a lot of progress in treating cancers. And, you know, in the cancer world, cure is a hard word to use properly because cancer, of course, the longer you live, the more likely you are to get it because of DNA damage building up over time. But in practical terms, we have cures for certain cancers because these people are able to now live a full life. And if you live a full life, then you are essentially cured of that disease. So there are plenty of cancers where we have that now. We have treatments that have been that scientists have toiled away at to discover and implement and test, and we found that they work. For example, kids now, most kids with cancer will go on to live full lives. About 80% of kids with cancers, and that's thanks in part a lot to researchers like Sidney Farber, who did a lot of work on making better chemotherapies that can better target cancers and treat kids who otherwise would have just died young. And I think that's a huge achievement. There are also cancers like chronic myelogenous leukemia, which before the 2000s, you had around like what you said, 90% chance, almost certainty of dying within 5 years of diagnosis. Now it's the opposite. If you're taking this medication called imatinib properly, you have a over 90% chance of living a full life with minimal side effects. And it's things like that I think are some of the best stories in science, where, you know, cancer is this thing where, you know, no matter what species you are in the world, no matter where you're living, it will catch up to you if you live long enough. It's an inevitability because we are multicellular organisms and our cells all have to work together, and those mechanisms they have of working together break down over time. And I think it's really cool that scientists can come together and make drugs and approaches that can essentially cure your cancer when you get it. It's not all cancers. Many cancers we haven't made progress in, but there are many cancers that we've made a lot of progress in, and I think that's some of the coolest stories in science.
For me personally, it's kind of a red flag that as part of your treatments, there are drugs and radiation therapies that can cause new types of cancer.
Yeah, so with radiation, that's not a approach for every cancer, but it's a risk-benefit analysis where, like, you know, if an exposure to a carcinogen or a mutagen is going to cause cancer, it's probably going to be many years down the line. So if you're 60 years old and you're likely to live till you're 80, but you have cancer, that's going to kill you in 5 years if you do nothing. You get radiation therapy, maybe that cancer goes away or gets small enough where they can remove the tumor. Then that cancer, ideally you're good. Let's say everything goes well. The radiation and the chemotherapy work, the tumor shrinks, you get the tumor taken out, those cells are nowhere in your body anymore. But yeah, you had radiation treatment. That could cause a new cancer, but it's most likely going to be many years down the line when you've already lived a normal life expectancy and you've added many years to your life by doing that treatment had you not done it. So it is risk benefit, right? Radiation is not a common approach in a lot of childhood cancers, for example, because the risk benefit analysis would be, oh, you know, this radiation might have a risk of creating a new cancer when you're 40. You don't want that. So ideally, you use other approaches for younger cancer patients, which is the standard. Right? Does that make sense?
Sure, absolutely. And I would certainly say that childhood cancer needs a special scrutiny because it is so shocking, debilitating, and I don't have the data in front of me right now, but I would imagine that it certainly would appear to be more of a recent phenomenon. And again, if you're doing the number crunching, who can you really trust? You know, certainly from my cynical skeptic perspective, numbers, I heard the joke once is that if you torture the numbers enough, they'll tell you whatever you want to hear. I'll tell you that ultimately my perspective of terrain, environmental factors affecting you in the 7 stages of disease makes a lot of sense to me, in that cancer is your body screaming at you that you're being poisoned and your habits are being poisoned. And it's my personal experience and also my experience as a journalist. I've not seen that really as an overall approach for oncology, is that, hey, look, you've had a very toxic lifestyle. You spent, for instance, great example, LeBron James, and I'm only doing kind of anecdotal here. My understanding is that he developed a tumor that would be roughly around where he would hold a cell phone regularly. And then he had the tumor addressed and became a sponsor of Motorola. And surprise, surprise, everything's good again. These everyday things that you do, the radiations that you can't see, that you're not aware of, that kind of sneak up on you, that I would hope that the medical industry would be there and be warning you about these unseen toxins. I mentioned the Furstenberg's Invisible Rainbow, and I'm not a huge fan because I still think that he pulled his punches on a lot of things. But he has a phenomenal point. With each new advance of technology came out a whole new range of illnesses, starting with radio and television, telephone, and radar, and then cell phone. And then each new technological advance brought with them strange new maladies to human beings. Now, if you're really a cynical guy, Dan, you would say, okay, people on the outside would ride this. Oh, I've never seen this before, where I'm shortness of breath, I can't oxygenate my blood. I wouldn't even think that it was microwave radiation actually changing the structure of my red blood cells. It's got to be something I can't see. And this gets us into a lot closer to what it takes to be a doctor and what it takes to isolate a virus. But I'll shut up there before we hit that.
Okay, I mean, so there, like I said before, the scientific community wants to discover things. And so a rule of thumb is, if you have a question that you want to ask, someone in the scientific community has probably already asked that question and done studies on it. So for things like radio waves and cancer, you can do something very simple where you look at the rates of where a brain tumor is in the brain, so like left hemisphere, right hemisphere, and see if that has changed with cell phone usage. Most people are right-handed, they hold their cell phone up to their right side of their head. It hasn't, and it makes sense that it hasn't, because radio waves, they are not high enough frequency to actually break DNA bonds. So the way radiation, like UV rays, X-rays, cause cancer is they're very high frequency, and they can physically break the covalent bonds in the DNA backbone. So like the DNA's double helix ladder, it can just cut that in half if a subatomic radio particle, just like a UV ray, breaks through it, and then the DNA has to repair itself. Sometimes the repair doesn't happen properly, and you get mistakes. That's how those things happen. But radio waves can't do that. They're not strong enough to break those DNA bonds. And so it makes sense that with all of these studies showing that radio waves actually aren't causing cancers, there's a mechanism for it, right? It's not strong enough to do it. So, and I know of the claims. I think Tom Cowan is where I first heard it, about this idea that, radio waves brought all these new diseases. I don't think that really holds up when under scrutiny either. Are you talking about like how, like the invention of the radio and then the great influenza, that kind of thing?
I'm saying that radiation has an effect, and it has really not been thoroughly expressed. I can't speak for the scientific community and how much it's been studied, but we're in no way, shape, or form are we warned about the possible negative effects. And I'm not going to oversimplify it and just say radio waves. I mean any kind of radiation, whether it's microwave radiation from your microwave, whether it's Wi-Fi radiation, whether it's cell phone, mobile radiation. And listen to me, microwaves, I can tell you from my time in the military, microwaves have been weaponized. So depending upon how strong the frequency, it absolutely is debilitating. In my research and my personal experience, I've never really seen the medical community warn about the dangers of radiation in general in its very many varied forms. And I can tell you something else, kind of a red flag for me, is how the Spanish flu coincided with the promulgation of radio from the military, and how interesting it is that the vast majority of victims of the Spanish flu were young men of military age, roughly about the same time that the militaries worldwide were putting radio antennas on everything. Massive antennas on bases, and on ships, on vehicles, and there is a huge new radiation influence, and no one's addressed this. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, so in my mind, if it were radio waves that had caused the great influenza of 1918, 1919, I mean, radio waves didn't go away, right? They kept using them. The usage actually increased as you move further into the 20th century, and yet the great influenza did not continue at the same rate. So that would be the first indicator to me that maybe radio waves weren't causing this, right?
My response would be is that perhaps there is an adjustment phase amongst humanity, that they're exposed to a new toxic influence that requires some time for bodies to acquiesce to it, to get used to it. I see your point, but I would say maybe there's a coping that occurs on a massive scale, on a general scale, that maybe accounts for how it is that they particularly radio increased, and the same illness did not increase as well.
So if that were true, then we would expect, like, when communities around the world gradually introduce radio waves, because it wasn't introduced all over the world at the same time, right? Wealthier countries introduced radio waves and radio usage first. Mainly, like you said, military used it first, and then civilians used it, and then poorer communities used it. It reached more and more communities later. But we didn't see, like, a great influenza effect go with the rate of its introduction into different communities. We saw a global pandemic happen where people were getting sick with the same symptoms around the same time and dying in great numbers. And then we saw waves of that, right? There wasn't just one wave of the great influenza. It happened over a period of about 2 to 3 years where you had multiple waves of illness and death. And that doesn't really track with the idea that radio waves were causing it.
And I don't want to oversimplify it, Dan. I'm just saying that to me, I think it could be a primal factor, but not all-encompassing, where it was just the introduction of radio that was the cause of the Spanish flu. I would also say that the World War I greatly skewed that, where it put the influence of radiation where it would not normally have been, exposing large members of population to that would not normally have been exposed to that as a toxin. And here I guess to back up and hit the big picture of cynics and skeptics and what our concern is, terrain versus germ theory. Between the two ideologies, for a skeptic, I'll tell you, it's a lot easier. So if you see perhaps that the world powers, the world money has malignant designs upon humanity, between the two paradigms, it's a whole heck of a lot easier to exploit germ theory than it is terrain theory. Just in a very general summary sense, germ theory says, well, your illness and your health comes from not necessarily your environment. Yeah, there's environmental factors, but it's not nearly as important as DNA or viruses. And, well, okay, so how does the average person address that? If I want to do the science, do I have to rent an electron microscope? No, you have to trust the experts. You have to trust the science, trust the medical establishment, trust the government. And I'll tell you, brother, governments in particular have a pretty bad track record in relation to exploiting power, abusing power, and I would dare say from some of the stuff I've seen, I'll get to that if you want in a minute, on the history behind the radical changes in the medical industry, not a very good track record there. So in general, between the two paradigms, it's a lot easier if you're looking at it from the perspective of, say, Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie getting together and say, we want to take over the medical industry because people are a threat and they're useless eaters, and we want to find new and inventive ways to sicken them, rob them, and have them not be aware of it. I'll shut up just to let you jump in.
So yeah, I mean, the scientific community is a global community, right? When I went to Carnegie Mellon University, I didn't have the ideals and ideas of Andrew Carnegie influencing anything I was doing, right? It was just my research group and our collaborators talking about what can we do to find something new, to discover something interesting and cool. That was our goal, and that's the goal of every research group all over the world, right? They want to find things that are new and exciting, and I think that that it's really important to understand that aspect of how the scientific community works. And I would also, again, reiterate that germ theory does not say that there's nothing you can do about your health. Germ theory says that there are microorganisms in the world that can infect you and make you sick. It's not saying that's all that makes you sick, right? Because there are plenty of environmental things and just lifestyle things that can influence your health. There are also genetic things that can influence your health. There's lots of different ways that people can become sick. And there are lots of different things that people can do to prevent those different things, right? I mean, people are, like you say, that powers that be, it's easier to manipulate germ theory. I think if terrain theory were the reality, I think it would also be easy to manipulate, because we see marketing ploys and powers that be pushing things like fast food, pushing things like smoking, and not caring about the well-being of people. They just care about making money, right? And so I think powers that be being able to manipulate your environment is also just easy if that's what they want to do. but we do have the ability to look at evidence and data that is not beholden to any one government, right? There are scientists in every country looking at these problems and working together. Who cares what their governments are saying? My work was not influenced by whatever government was in charge at the time, and I haven't heard any of my collaborators or anybody at any scientific conference that I've gone to be influenced by their whatever their government wants them to say. Of course, there are some groups that are politically motivated or power motivated, but again, those ideas are called out by the scientific community because they don't stand up to what people can replicate themselves and test in empirical experiments and find in their data. So I don't think that, I think you can flip your worldview and still have it be the same.
Can I jump in? And I wanted to say, I think this is a good time to hear what both of your thoughts are on Louis Pasteur and the champ, and how this all, originated with germ theory. Louis Pasteur, I've heard both of you talk about it. So, Dan, do you want to talk about Louis Pasteur and germ theory?
Sure, yeah. I mean, Louis Pasteur was one of the first scientists to demonstrate that microorganisms, particularly bacteria, can cause disease. He was able to do some early experiments that laid the foundation that people then who came after him had to verify and then build upon. And anything that, they were doing to build upon it, if his foundational findings were wrong, their results would crumble. But it was built on, and now we have a more modern interpretation of germ theory. And my understanding of Deschamps was that he had the opposite view, but I'm not aware of any experiments or research that he did that stood up to scrutiny the same way Pasteur did.
My understanding is it was just the opposite. Antoine Béchamp did work on a fungal encroachment. I have to look that up. I've got files on it. I would say that for me personally, I'm extremely suspicious of Louis Pasteur, and particularly in his elevated position in history and science and medicine, given that his notes were made secret for 100 years. That he told his family, do not allow my notes to be circulated, and it was only until a disenfranchised member of his family allowed access that a Princeton professor that was still quite a Pasteur sycophant named Gerald Geisen was allowed access, and even Geisen, I think it's Geisen, I'm sorry, Gerald Geisen had to spin it in his biography as the private science of Louis Pasteur. And again, this is the major difference between terrain and germ theory, whereas those in the terrain camp would say, well, these are environmental factors. You're wondering about anthrax and where anthrax came from, and you can't see it. You have to trust me. I have a microscope. I'm going to find out for myself, and you trust. And has nothing to do with how there's a new arsenic-based dip that we're treating our livestock with. And there's some controversy over whether or not Louis Pasteur was doing experiments on sheep and dogs, and in order to pad his data, just outright slaughtered the sheep and dogs so that he could have better proof. So I'm a little bit more of a skeptic in relation to, he was a chemist and not any kind of a doctor. As interesting enough was Antoine Béchamp, a French Roman Catholic chemist, both of them were. So I'm a little bit more skeptical on his position.
Sure, but if we take the skeptical position and we say, like, okay, what have people done to build on this work, right? It's not centuries ago anymore. We have decades and centuries of work that have followed. And again, like I said, if Louis Pasteur's foundational work of his experiments were wrong, then the work that built off of it, no work could have been built off of it, right? If you had to look at microorganisms with a microscope and saw that they were a particular way. If someone else did the same thing, they would say, I didn't see any of that. I saw something different. Like, that would happen. Those foundational ideas would crumble. But we have a lot of work built off of that foundational idea of germ theory, and that these microorganisms can in fact make us sick.
Well, if I wanted to continue on with the skeptical vein, Dan, I would say that perhaps Louis Pasteur has been used as kind of a prop or a front to continue to have people dismiss environmental factors, and wherever there's micro or macro, wherever we have to, as I was saying earlier, whenever we have to trust the experts. So, I watched Steve Kirsch. I don't know why it is that Steve Kirsch has any kind of a reputation as alternative. He's not alternative. He's very much a gatekeeper for germ theory. Was attacking Andrew Kaufman in relation to, well, do you have any papers? Well, isn't it possible to corrupt the paper writing process? How about just basic observations? I remember what it was. It was Steve had something, well, science is about questioning. Oh, absolutely. Science is about questioning. Science should be based on the scientific method, observable, testable, and repeatable. And the problem is that the average person may be able to observe and test very basic things, but when it comes to viruses, when it comes to space exploration, there's a lot that we have to trust the experts on. And if you have a worldview that says, okay, billions of dollars can easily corrupt this process, I would have a concern. And I have an example for Robert Koch, and how was that Louis Pasteur's work was built upon, just in a general sense? Was it that Louis Pasteur helped shore up the idea that there are things that we have to trust the experts to find, invisible viruses, invisible factors that cause illness that you can't see, and you have to be vaccinated for? I would say there are concerns there among the skeptic community.
Well, I mean, toxins are also, like, in your view, they're also invisible, right? Like, and again, the scientific community doesn't say, like, ignore our environment, right? There's many voices and a lot of data and a consensus in the scientific community that air pollution can greatly impact someone's health. In Pittsburgh in, the 1940s, 50s, if you live there, your lungs are going to be impacted. Breathing in smog is not good, right? That's agreed upon. Using leaded gasoline and spewing that into the atmosphere, that was a discovery that went against a lot of powers that be. But the scientific community forged ahead and said, no, this is what the data are. We are doing this to our bodies. We're putting this out into the environment. We should stop doing this. And now leaded gasoline is not a thing in developed countries. I mean, germ theory does not exclude environment. I want to keep reiterating that, because I think that's you seem to think that it does, but it doesn't.
Well, it certainly
it's just part of our
de-emphasizes.
understanding.
For me, Dan, it de-emphasizes environmental factors that are much more key in your health or illness process, and emphasizes things that you can't easily prove yourself. Like I said earlier, okay, if I wanted to, I want to get into that before you go, is the virus isolation. Do I have notes on that? The virus isolation process. Yeah, here we go. The virus isolation process. That's not anything, where Steve Kirsch was slamming Andy Kaufman. Hey, isn't it about questioning? Well, yeah, who's doing the questioning? Who's finding the answers? And as long as I have to rely on someone else, can that process be co-opted? Okay? So, and again, big picture here, big picture. If you're cynical and you're worried about the process being co-opted and abused by powerful influences that have designs to rob you and sicken you and kill you, and just like you said so brilliantly, Dan, that there are toxins that affect you slowly over time. I will tell you from my own research, when I'm getting into things like nobility and Catholic clerics and power structures and the black nobility and the Borgias known as poisoners. I will tell you, the ultimate assassin is someone that knows how to give you a dosage and they walk well away from you, and it's weeks later or months later and you have no idea what's hitting you. And boom, you're getting sick. Now, there are skeptics in my community that say, okay, this is part of the problem with vaccines. Vaccines are covered, vaccines are secret, you're not allowed to see what's in them, and there are adjuvants in them that are meant to stimulate the immune system that have metals, thimerosal, mercury, aluminum, and the body can't get rid of those, and they build up. And over time, they're going to have an effect. And then I would revert back to the 7 stages of disease that people just completely unaware of. Your body's screaming at you. You're having itching and rashes and things that may be misdiagnosed as pox or measles when in reality, you've been poisoned. And you don't realize what it is, that it's the accruing. And, you know, what's in the schedule? Is it up to by the time you're 18 years old, there's some 70 different vaccines that include boosters that you're taking into your system. Oh my goodness, your skin is being pierced over 70 times throughout your life, and all of that process has no liability to it, and it's completely secret because of a government's agreement with the pharmaceutical industry done in 1986, the Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. So danger, Will Robinson.
So I mean, a lot you said there was not correct, but I'll just go back and I'll ask you this question. So when it comes to toxins and what you know is poisoning you, right? I mean, you can't see toxins, right? You can't see metal particles. You can't see air pollution. You can't see these things. So who are you trusting to tell you that they are toxic? And who are you trusting to tell you that they're in certain things? Because you yourself don't have access to a mass spectrometer, right? You can't tell yourself if things have these components in them. So, who are you trusting?
Sure. I would. First of all, I know you don't have the time. I would love to see, of all that I just said, give me some specifics of what it is that I'm way off base on. But to answer your question, listen, a lot of that is going to be trial and error. You, on your own, aren't trusting this whole idea, this whole genre of go to a guy in a white lab coat with an honorific and a stethoscope and blindly accept advice. You have to do trial and error on toxic influences. Hey, clearly, if you decide that you're in a job that is stressful and you're experiencing negative effects on your physical health, then you have to pinpoint that influence. Relationship. If you're in a relationship that is causing you ulcer, okay, I'm making a leap here. You've got ulceration, you've got ulcers in your mouth, and you're saying, well, I never had these before. There's a new influence. You have to isolate the influence. And just like you said, Dan, people on the outside that have malignant designs on you can easily spin the influences and confuse you. You, the average individual, is responsible. So when I hear trust the science, trust the experts, again, that's another red flag, because you yourself have to do a process of elimination to find out what those negative influences are. And there's going to be a lot of people lying to you because those are people that benefit from you being sick and going into a situation where your symptoms are treated with a drug or a surgery that's so damn expensive you can't afford it. You need a new group of corruptocrats called insurance to bleed you regularly to fight you on not paying for the healing you don't get. So you said trial and error, but you didn't say who you trust to tell you after they've done that trial and error. Because scientists, we do trial and error all the time. We do experiments that are controlled and heavily scrutinized by our colleagues for any bias or flaws in the experiments, and we report those results. So I mean, again, you can't see toxins; they're invisible. So who do you trust to tell you that aluminum is toxic or that air pollution is toxic? Sure, yeah, that basically you do need to get help from experts, and what I would hope is that those experts have garnered your trust because of a track record of doing something similar in the past. And this goes into the entire process of what it means to become a doctor today. How do you become, prior to 1847, the American Medical Association, in 1910, the Flexer Report that was put together by the Rockefeller Carnegie cabal, the only thing on your resume as a healer was that you heal people. And there it is. There's your resume. Heal people. And you're responsible based on that. Let me just throw this out real quick for you, and you can give me a counter. But then we have a completely new paradigm from people that probably didn't love us very much. The Carnegie, Rockefeller cabal saying, okay, so how do we co-opt? How do we, like in 2009, Bill Gates calls together a secret meeting of billionaires to address population control. Oh, it's really about philanthropy because people that are billionaires, they really love us. So how do we co-opt a massive genre of something that everybody needs, healthcare, and spin it and choke point it so that we can flip it, we can gaslight it, we can take people that are indoctrinated. Doctors, dossier has nothing to do with health and have everything to do with just reading a textbook, and no longer do you have practical experience going in and healing. I got it. You in general, you go and you do a practice, but for the most part, you have to be accredited. You have to be licensed, and the government decides this is what we can emphasize and de-emphasize. And if we want to now suddenly emphasize synthetic drugs, and we want to completely wipe out natural helps and natural cures, well, and you have to come to us for your license and anything, because the government loves you, by the way. The government does this because they love you. It's not that the government's been co-opted by billionaires and they're all in bed together, which is exactly what the 1986 Childhood Vaccine Injury Act, zero liability. No other industry anywhere has zero liability. Okay, and this is exactly what skeptics are worried about, this whole licensing process. And we'll add the licensing process, this whole not genre, but this whole culture that doctors are altruistic. They're above, they have an honorific. They're a doctor. As soon as you hear doctor and you see a white lab coat, you see a stethoscope around the neck, suddenly you turn off your brain. A doctor can never have an ulterior motive. A doctor can never be motivated by greed. A doctor can never be co-opted. They are just above that. Lawyers, your honor, the right honorable. They can never, and yet lawyers and doctors are the ones that use Latin and have all kinds of extra time and money to go into politics. So this choke point, this Rockefeller Carnegie choke point that started at the turn of the century, is what radically altered healing and gives us no choices. Where can really go where someone has a holistic approach, a so-called alternative? It's slam. Go and look it up on Wikipedia. Alternative medicine. That's not real medicine. You need medicine. You need a substance to make you well. Where can you go? No, their license gets pulled, and that's the concern that we have. It's a death grip on healthcare.
Okay, so I mean, again, I'll go back to, your whole thing was you had a problem with trusting the experts, but then you said that there are people you do have to trust in order to tell you that things like aluminum,
to point you in the right direction for you to do your own work.
Right.
To point you in the right direction. That's what I meant.
But you're not going to use a mass spectrometer to find out where things are.
Can that be abused?
Right.
Can that be easily abused? Okay, I have to rely on you to use a mass spectrometer, and you tell me the truth, and no one with money can influence you and make you lie to me. That's my point.
So if someone pays me to publish some fraudulent mass spectrometry results, someone else is going to try to replicate it, and they're going to get different results, and they're going to say, hey, what the hell did you just do? I got completely different results. What did you do? Let me see your methods. And then it goes deeper and deeper, and then they find out, oh, you just lied. That's what happens in the scientific community. Those lies like that are quickly uncovered because other people are also trying to correct that work. If you find something new and exciting, like a new toxin in the atmosphere, other people are going to want to build on that result to find new exciting findings. And if your initial finding is wrong, they're not going to be able to build anything off of it, and you're going to get called out as a liar. So that's how science works. And I think in your worldview, whoever you're trusting to tell you that aluminum is toxic, you can just say the same concerns you have about them as you do about the people who tell you that viruses are real and can make you sick. I don't know what makes you think that the people who tell you that aluminum is toxic and you believe that, how they're immune from these nefarious influences that you are concerned about. But I think I see it as like the same thing. And then moving on to like, the Flexner report. There was medical school before the Flexner report, but again, that's a very American-centric view, because the Flexner report just influenced medical schools in America. It didn't influence medical schools in Asia or UK or Australia, Africa. It didn't influence those medical schools. They had their own systems and their own ways of doing things. But what all of these scientific and medical societies do is they converge on the evidence, right? And they're all checking each other, like I said before. If one is publishing false data that others can't replicate, they get called out. And so, like in other countries where they have socialized healthcare, where you don't have to, it's not for profit, they have better health outcomes. And so, like, it's just a very American-centric way to look at things. Yes, the healthcare industry is corrupt. Yes, there are a lot of things in the medical system in America that are broken, but it's not really like, I think the real issue is just that we need to focus on these people who are hell-bent on making a lot of money and gaining a lot of power, and not necessarily throw out all of the science that has been established by powers that are not corrupt or not provably corrupt, because it's all found by people who work independently of each other to find the next most exciting thing in science, right? So we can get into like the science of how viruses are isolated and how they're shown to cause disease, and that can be an example of like, this is what we show to be true, and this is the progress we can make off of that discovery, and here's the progress we have made off of that discovery. Like we can go through examples like that and say like, okay, we have reason for the average person to trust these people. I don't trust any scientists. I don't just blindly accept what they say. I need to actually see the work and see what they actually did to show that what they found is true, right? But the average person, like, if I go to a topic like how the lights in my room work, or like my computer works, I don't know. I need to trust someone on that. I can't know everything. I need to trust someone knows how to work with the lights in my house, and if I see them on, then I know that they fix something and that it works. And like, the average person has to also trust in lots of things. We have to trust that the builders who built our homes knew what they were doing, and our houses aren't going to just fall in on our heads, right? But people within those fields of construction and electricity and how computers work, they all are doing the same thing too. Like, if they're doing bad work and their houses are falling apart, no one's going to want them to build their house. And if they are doing things like just making crappy products, then no one's going to want to buy their product. In science, if your results are not leading to sustained discoveries and future work, then your work is useless. And similarly in medicine, if your medicine is not producing results by reducing or eliminating disease, then no one's going to want it.
There's definitely some gray area there. You can have, how often have you been bilked by someone that supposedly did repairs that did work for you, and actually did shoddy work for you, or actually repaired something? Car repairs happens all the time. Someone that made a repair that you didn't even need. So exploitation of ignorance happens all the time, and I would dare say that this is not really a critique that I have found in my research of either the medical industry or the scientific community. Very few people are questioning whether or not science is co-opted or corrupted in the examples of things that the average common person. So there's grades of trust, Dan.
Sure. Like if I take my car to a mechanic and they charge me for something that wasn't needed, or whatever, like, that's shitty. They shouldn't have done that. That happens all the time. But that doesn't mean we say that mechanics don't know anything, and that, I can fix my own car, and like, cars don't exist. Like, we don't go there. We just say, like, yes, there are people in the world who will exploit this service.
I think I wanted to jump in real quick, Johnny. Sorry, Dan. You were saying how you could talk about how a virus has been isolated. I feel like this is an important topic because I hear both sides constantly arguing different on this. So I'd like to hear both your takes on whether a virus has been isolated.
Yeah. So, I mean, you mentioned Steve Kirsch. He is not. I mean, he's an idiot. I'll just say that. I wouldn't.
A rich one. A rich one.
Oh yeah, he's a rich idiot. There are lots of those these days. But I wouldn't hold any stock in what arguments he makes on behalf of germ theory and the existence of viruses, because he doesn't understand them himself. But the virus can be empirically shown to exist and be isolated by just some simple empirical experiments. So, for example, I have a friend who talks a lot about plant viruses because he's a plant biologist. He can take a plant that is infected with a presumed virus. Let's say it has some spots or some discoloration on it. It's clearly a sick plant. And he can grind up the leaf. He can filter it, put it through a filter, a sieve, things that will reduce the size of the particles that you're getting coming out down to the size of like smaller than a bacteria. So anything that you're getting through that filtration device is smaller than a bacteria. So we can see bacteria with a microscope, we know those exist. We can see fungus with a microscope, we know those exist. So all those things are eliminated. Could still be a toxin, right? So you put that material in the presence of a new plant, right? And you see, does it make it sick? Oh yeah, it does. And then you repeat the same process of taking that material that you get and introducing it to a new plant. So you see that it's replicating, right? You see that it's not just a toxin that you're diluting through multiple introductions to different healthy plants. It's replicating. And then you can do lots of different experiments in order to characterize that virus and see what it looks like and see how it functions. And you can manipulate components of it to see what those manipulations end up doing to a plant. It's the same thing with animal viruses. You can take them from biological material that is presumed to be infected or not infected with the virus, and you can use experimental techniques to filter out or isolate that virus. You can even use biochemical methods to specifically pull out those viral particles that may or may not be there. And in all these experiments, of course, there are controls that verify that, yeah, you have something that is smaller than a bacteria that is replicating, and then you can figure out what it's made of. So, yeah, those techniques are really standard in virology, and we don't have to just like anybody can go into a lab and do basic experiments if they're invited. And my friend, who is a plant biologist, invites people who doubt viruses exist. He invites them all the time to come to his lab and try these experiments with particular plant viruses.
But he doesn't see them necessarily himself. He just feels that he's isolated toxins that he identifies as a virus, and he puts them in. He follows Robert Koch's postulates, right? Which
sort of, they're not really relevant to. Koch's postulates are outdated in multiple, like even for bacteria, they're outdated today.
Pretty straightforward. Prove that there is a toxin, that it causes illness that is present in the patient. Isolate the toxin, whatever it is. This, I think, is a sociopathic method, by the way. Stick the isolated toxin into a new healthy victim. Prove that it sickens the victim, and then re-isolate. That to me, that entire process using whatever it is, whether it's human victims or animal victims, it's sociopathic. It's different issue. It's pretty straightforward. But not to argue, Coke, because I know you got to go. Let me just get in real quick on what my concerns. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry for doing this. Let's hear. My concerns about the virus isolation process. And again, if you're a skeptic, the big picture is there's too much trust and not enough that I can do on my own. So if I have a patient and the patient is sick and I'm trying to localize what it is, the factor that made that patient sick, the very paradigm is I have to go through a crazy, in-depth, multi-step process to find this invisible factor of what it is that makes you sick, as opposed to strictly examining your environment to show those factors that you can see for yourself. And you may have disagreements on what I found is the virus isolation process, but starts with a sample being taken. Now, from what I've seen, my basic chemistry back from high school, as soon as you take a sample from a living organism, really the best place to examine a sample is in the organism. As soon as you take a sample out of the organism, it immediately starts to degrade. So there's the first concern. Then you add ethylene dimethyl acid, EDTA, as a preservative. Okay, you're changing what the sample is. You then put in virus transport medium.
Well, the EDTA is to help prevent it from degrading because it inhibits enzymes that would chew up biological material.
And hopefully you're not changing the sample in a way that will make it harder for you to examine the sample.
I don't think, why would it though? Because you're just
how do you
inhibiting
know? It's completely, you have no idea what you're looking for. And
well, yeah, we know how EDTA works. We know it inhibits enzymes that
you can
would otherwise
absolutely
chew up
guarantee that
protein and nucleic
EDTA
acids.
has no effect on a sample whatsoever.
We know what it does.
Positive or negative. Okay, that's just one of the steps. Okay, you put virus transport medium in the sample.
I mean, what you can do is you can take a sample, look at it fresh, and do a bunch of analysis on it fresh to characterize it, and you can take sample that's been stored in EDTA for a time period and compare the results.
Yep, that's not how it's done. This is the SOP, the standard operating procedure.
I'm telling you that this is like the foundational work that people do to say, like, yeah, EDTA, we can use it as a preservative.
It's okay.
Because people had to figure out that it's a preservative.
And that's just the first step. Then you purify the sample by putting it in a centrifuge. Well, who's to say that materials that are heavier or lighter have any effect on what it is that you're looking for? Why is it assumed that the weight of the materials in the sample has a direct effect on isolating a virus?
Well, you're separating things, right? So, like I said, bacteria are bigger than viruses. There are human cells in that sample that are big, and those can be pelleted. If you spin in the sample really fast, gravity will take those samples to those materials to the bottom, and the lighter viruses are going, or just lighter material that are not big enough, not as big as bacteria or human cells, are going to stay in what we call the supernate, the liquid that is on top of the pellet. That's not the only way to do it. You can also put it through a filter that filters out all those things, but it's one of the ways you can just separate by size things in the sample to simplify it, to say, okay, I'm isolating the variables. The small things we're going to test and see if it causes a particular effect. The big things we can test to see if it causes a particular effect.
But you're presupposing that weight is a factor when you're dealing with a complete unknown. You're presupposing that weight of the material is a factor when you're dealing with an unknown, and that...
No, we're not presupposing anything. We're simplifying the mixture, right? You would acknowledge that there are bigger things and smaller things in that sample,
but when you don't know what you're looking for, how do you know that you're going to make it easier to find your unknown because weight is a factor?
So you can say I want to test the small things in the sample, and I want to test the big things in the sample, and you can do your test with those separate components and see what effects you get. If you don't get the proper effects, maybe it's a combination, and you can try treating the sample differently next time. But that's a way to just simplify and separate the components. And in this case, when we're talking about viruses, when you take out all the big components and you have only things that are on the nanoscale, then you get these observed effects.
Right. You're observing effects. And then you're drawing conclusions, not based on what you have, not like normal separation. I want to separate, or I want to isolate the bottle from the koozie. I've isolated the bottle from the koozie. That's not really what's taking place. What is fetal bovine serum, and why does that play it?
So that's a component that is in cell culture, and it's to help the cells actually divide because it provides growth factors to the cells. Were you not aware of what that does?
This doesn't have any kind of an effect on muddying the waters. You're actually trying to find something. You're not adding biological material. Where does fetal bovine serum even come from?
It's pretty much where it sounds like. It comes from fetal calves, and it's the serum that provides growth factors
It's
for
demonic,
cells
brother.
and culture
It's demonic.
to grow. Now let me ask you: Do you know if fetal bovine serum is used only in virus isolation?
I don't know that has anything to do with what we're talking about. I will tell you that fetal bovine
You're
serum.
asking me about it, so I'll tell you that it's used in pretty much all cell culture.
Oh, I bet it is.
So if you're growing cells outside the body, in a flask, you need growth factors because they're outside the body. They're not receiving growth factors to continue dividing, right? So you can introduce fetal bovine serum into the cell media, and that's going to help them actually divide. And you can grow cells like this for a long period of time, and they look very happy and healthy. You can grow your controls in the same mixture, and they look very happy and healthy. But it's only when you add the virus or the small things in the sample that you see these observed effects in cell culture, which is where I'm assuming we're going.
Right. Well, before we leave the fetal bovine serum, let's talk about, well, not talk about, but just explain that it comes from the domesticated farm market, usually from milk cows, where these animals are milked to death, and they die with a calf in the uterus, and the calf is pulled out and chopped up, and parts of its brain are taken for this serum. It's absolutely insanely demonic that it's used both in this process and in the vaccination research process. I would dare say if the average person knew that this was a critical part of virus isolation, they might have a concern. But we're not even halfway through it, because after this...
It's not necessary in order to see a virus.
But it's common.
Necessary to have
It's commonly
FBS.
used. It's commonly used.
It's used in cell culture, not just virus isolation.
Sure,
it's used
sure.
in cell culture.
And
I agree. It's very, very morbid. But I mean, it's no more morbid than the meat industry, which most people accept.
Sure, I'm with you on that. It's not morbid. It's malignantly exploitative, that to a point where the average person has no clue about it. And if they did, they would probably have a very negative reaction and force the system to change how it does things. Halfway through, then we add, we use as part of the culture, rhesus monkey or African green monkey kidney cells.
Not necessary to use those in particular, but you use cells that are permissive to most viruses, cells that aren't going to resist viral infection. And so a virus needs a host in order to grow. Similar to how if you want to isolate bacteria, you need to use a plate that has nutrients and food on it. So the cells are basically the nutrients and food in that example for viruses, right? You can't isolate it without having a host. So you're just introducing a host for the virus to infect and replicate so that you can increase the number of viral particles in your sample and more easily characterize them. You can characterize viruses straight out of a body too, but in order to grow and characterize a virus, you need to have a host for it.
Dan, we're adding a lot of biological material in an effort to find an invisible unknown. I have concerns.
And all of those biological materials are present in your control as well, in your uninfected control as well. And you never pull a virus out of those. Virologists have never pulled a new virus that was not previously ever before out of a control.
Well, let's finish on we're at like 2/3 of the way. Minimum essential medium, Eagle, is added. It's a synthetic cell culture named after Johns Hopkins NIH pathologist Harry Eagle, 1959, for the express purpose of pathogenic viral. Harry Eagle.
It's not for the express purpose of virology. It's for cell culture. Cells grow in that media all the time. It's basically like Kool-Aid. It's just going to provide sugar and fuel for the cells, and also nutrients that the cells need. Vitamins that the cells use to make their proteins that they can't make themselves. Like, we know it's in it. It's used very commonly in just cell culture and just keeping cells alive in the lab.
Right. Well, then you can add. You will starve the culture of nutrients.
No, the nutrients are there. So this step, I know what people like Andrew Kaufman and people say about this. This nutrient starving is not nutrient starving. You are taking the fetal bovine serum out of the equation, so the cells don't divide, but they're still able to take in nutrients from the media, which is all they need to actually survive. But you're taking the FBS out because it can interfere with the infection process. If there's antibodies in the serum that can inhibit the infection, then you want to remove that for that step. And then you add the FBS back so the cells can keep growing.
And you're doing controls for each and every one of these steps. We've got like 8 steps so far. And you have each one of these steps where you're taking this out and putting that back in. So your controls are showing you have a different reaction from your original culture. We're not even done. Amphotericin, a fungicide, a toxic fungicide, is then added.
Yeah, it's toxic to funguses, not to mammalian cells. It doesn't bind mammalian ribosomes the same way, so it doesn't kill mammalian cells. They grow happily in it, normally, right? Like if I'm growing cells in a lab, which I'm doing right now, I keep them alive. It's going to have an antibiotic in order to prevent contamination, because if I'm working with a cell line in a hood, everything's theoretically sterile, but stuff can still get in. And if bacteria or fungus start growing in my culture, that's hundreds of dollars and a lot of time lost. So scientists often grow their cells with antibiotics included, and the cells are very happy and healthy as long as they're being grown for.
Antibiotics like gentamicin, also added.
Not super common. Gentamicin isn't super common, but it's used sometimes.
Okay, so here's my concern. Here's my concern. We're trying to say to somebody what makes them ill, okay? Rather than necessarily focusing on all the environmental issues at play, we're going through this process, and I'm trusting you that at each and every step from this process, brother, this is a Frankenstein mix. This is a Frankenstein mix of biological
If you don't understand
materials.
it seems weird, but it's a lot of different components that have been empirically tested to best grow cells outside the body. And again, viruses need cells.
And I'm trusting you that you're doing this to tell me something I can't see is really making me ill, and there's really that I don't have to just like.
Actually, I mean, no, this isn't what's done commonly. We can sequence a virus. We can look for sequences of viral particles in a sick person and quickly tell them whether or not they are infected with a particular virus. And as their symptoms increase, generally the number of viral particles they can find through sequencing will also increase. And as their symptoms resolve, you can see that number also go down. And you can design drugs to specifically bind to viral structures, viral proteins, to stop that disease. That's what we've done with HIV. HIV is a particular virus that has a particular enzyme that it needs in order to complete its life cycle. And through virology, we have developed drugs that specifically bind that enzyme and inactivate that virus, and has brought people who are some of the poorest in the world, some of the most forgotten people in the world, in states of extreme late-stage AIDS, where they can't even get up off the floor and they're dying of diseases that would not otherwise kill them. It brings them back into a full life. And we have virology to thank for that.
My concern is whether or not something is being properly diagnosed as acquired immune deficiency syndrome. I'm finding that when the word syndrome is used, it's a catch-all for a dramatic range of symptoms that really you can call whatever you want. And I also am very suspicious that a guy by the name of Anthony Fauci can be pinpointed as foundational to the treatments of AIDS with a chemotherapy known as AZT, and that it was actually so toxic that the FDA had taken it off the market, and Anthony Fauci brought it back to treat AIDS with, and I'm also skeptical.
So it didn't work as a chemotherapy. That's why if they tried high doses,
it's killing people.
No, it was
as
not
it does
killing
when you give it to them for AIDS.
Incorrect. No. That is very wrong. And AZT, along with other
Magic
HIV
Johnson would disagree.
inhibitors. Magic Johnson is like a one-off case. Whoa, jump scare. Hey, it's me, short-haired Dan again. And this is the part I wanted to correct myself in the video. I had always had it in my brain that Magic Johnson was some special case of HIV/AIDS where he just didn't have the disease progress because he had a genetic resistance to the virus. But after saying it to Johnny here and after the debate, I thought I should probably look that up and make sure that I'm not just totally making that up. And it turns out I was, because the answer is way more simple. He was diagnosed with HIV in the 90s, and by the time his AIDS would have progressed to actual AIDS, HIV medications were readily available in America, especially to wealthy people. So yeah, that's why Magic Johnson never had his HIV diagnosis progress into AIDS, because he takes the medication designed to keep the virus in check so that you don't get full-blown AIDS. It's just one of those situations where I never specifically checked what his deal was, and it has so much lore about Magic Johnson being resistant to AIDS or not getting AIDS, having some magic immunity to it in pop culture, that just kind of got into my brain and I believed it. But no, it turns out that South Park episode about Magic Johnson and AIDS was right. He never progresses to AIDS because he has money. He has money and he can afford the drugs that he needs to keep the virus in check. So, go figure. Anyway, yeah, Johnny was horribly wrong here, so let's get back to me being angry at him, because this topic truly does piss me off.
Instead of him not taking AZT, he's just one of those quirks.
There are millions of people who are alive now, thanks to HIV/AIDS cocktails that keep them alive. Those people will be dead if they listen to people like you, okay?
Right, absolutely. So why is it that AIDS and HIV just popped up out of nowhere in the 80s? It had nothing to do with a very harmful culture within the homosexual community to encourage them to go out and do amyl nitrate and have whole weekends of orgies and take the hepatitis B vaccine to preempt any kind of sexually transmitted diseases. They're living an incredibly harmful lifestyle, and then out of the blue, we have a brand new virus to explain what it is.
So you're repeating stories that you have.
Just address it. Don't tell me whether I'm repeating stories. Just address it.
You are repeating stories, and I will
just address whether it's right or wrong.
It's incorrect that their lifestyle is causing AIDS.
Why did AIDS come up out of nowhere in the 80s?
Because it was spreading across the world.
Where did it come from? Out of nowhere.
It spilled over in Africa. It has been traced to
Africans having sex with monkeys.
In the Congo, where no, absolutely not. No.
That is a theory out there.
That is not the scientific theory, and it's really weird that you are stating it as if that's what scientists say.
I'm just throwing it out.
No.
Where did it come from?
There are lots of different ways that animals can transmit viruses to us, even bloodborne viruses. There's bushmeat in some parts of Africa where hunters will hunt chimps and other primates and be in close contact with them, butcher them, and those blood-borne pathogens can transfer into them even if it's cuts in the mouth,
is this
cuts
AIDS?
on the skin.
You're talking about AIDS?
Yeah. Yes, HIV can transfer that way, and that is how it's thought to have happened, and then people sexually transmitted it amongst each other from there.
How did it come up in 1980s where it had no previous exposure to this? Suddenly we have this issue and it's widespread.
It was first detected
in the West.
It was first detected in the West because we had good health infrastructure to surveil these instances of people dying from diseases that they should not.
We're able to isolate these viruses and.
No, what happened was they observed a lot of men in particular, a lot of gay men in particular, getting sick with diseases that otherwise shouldn't kill them.
Eating that monkey.
And they found that they're specifically. Do you know what cell type is specifically depleted in AIDS patients?
Show me your science knowledge.
You're not skeptical enough if you don't know the answer to this. I'm just letting you know. Because you've accepted a story, but you haven't looked into the details of it. It's CD4 T cells that are depleted specifically in AIDS patients. And those happen to be the exact cell type that HIV needs in order to replicate. It infects them and it kills them. Depletes the CD4 T cells, and then
this is specific to homosexual men.
No, it wasn't specific for them. It was first detected in homosexual men because
it had nothing to do with their lifestyle.
Do we have to do a sex ed lesson here about how
Again, this is
homosexual
exactly
men-
the big difference between us. The big difference between us is you're telling me that these are invisible factors I can't see for myself, and I'm telling you that these absolutely, the environment, the culture of the patients in question is central to their illness, and it's also why it
And
came up so recently in the 80s.
Epidemiologists were aware of that. They noticed it particularly in gay men and also injecting drug users, and women were being infected with this at a disproportionate rate, all having to do with the mode of transmission that HIV was using in order to spread amongst people. It was bloodborne. It was sexually transmitted. Women are more likely to become infected with sexually transmitted disease because they're a receiving partner. It's similar with gay men. They're often both receiving partners, and the anal canal is going to be more easily ripped or injured during intercourse. So that's why the transmission was more pronounced in gay communities and noticed in gay communities, but it was global. It was noticed after that in Africa, where mostly heterosexual people are suffering from it, where mostly AIDS orphans are suffering from it because it's being transmitted from mother to child. And now, thanks to all of that knowledge of being able to say, hey, we see this epidemiological trend, we think it's a bloodborne sexually transmitted pathogen, maybe let's look for that. And then they find HIV. And they're able to characterize it and say, hey, we take this virus and we try to grow it in cell culture. We can't grow it in cell culture. Why can't we do that? Okay, let's try growing it in CD4 T cells, which happen to be depleted in AIDS patients. Oh, now this virus grows. Hey, let's try to inhibit its enzymes with specifically targeted medications. Oh, we inhibit that enzyme. These patients are now better. Their lifestyles have not changed, but they are now living normal lives thanks to these drugs.
Thanks to these drugs that we have no
you just reject
visibility
you
on.
reject that whole story, right?
Thanks to these drugs that we have no visibility on, thanks to the 1986 Childhood Vaccine Injury Act, which you regularly conflate.
No, they're not vaccines. They're not vaccines. What are you talking about?
How are you treating AIDS?
Medication, not vaccines.
Medications.
They're called antiretroviral.
They're attacking viruses with the medication.
Specific proteins within the virus that they need in order to complete their life cycle. Yes. Do you know what that enzyme is?
Again, I have serious concerns given that I have to trust you on all this, and in relation to has nothing to do whatsoever with lifestyles, with outside influences.
Again, it's not nothing to do with lifestyle. If you live a lifestyle where you're more exposed to the avenues that HIV uses in order to transmit itself, then you're more likely to be exposed. That's why education was another really important factor in preventing the spread of HIV.
I have to go
That was
back
emphasized a lot by the medical communities. It's not ignored. I don't know why you keep saying that medical communities ignore the environment and lifestyle.
It's not emphasized. Environmental factors are not emphasized.
I'm sorry. What was emphasized during the recent Mpox outbreak in recent years?
Mpox outbreak?
Mpox.
Mpox. Well, that's a new one.
Monkeypox.
Yeah. Okay.
It was lifestyle was emphasized. They were saying, okay, we don't have a vaccine that is super effective right now. Please exercise caution in your lifestyle. And then the virus transmission rates
another
went
new
way
boogie
down.
thing that we can't see. So you have to alter your lifestyle, put on a mask, whatever it is, to change your lifestyle. Trust us.
And in your worldview, you have to trust and believe that these toxins are where you think
I'll
they
tell
are.
you what. I'll tell you what I have to do. I need to see first that I'm even at risk. I don't want to be scared by an entire system that tells me you're going to die, you're going to have this effect, you're going to have this illness. You need to change your behavior now to preempt this illness. And this system is definitely not corrupt, definitely not co-opted. You have
Then
to
you just
radically
turn
alter
around
your
and believe
lifestyle.
people who tell you that to be scared of all these toxins that you also can't see. I don't understand how this
Not
is
even anywhere. No
internally
one
consistent.
does that. No one does that. There are people that
Sure they
maybe
do.
in
Kaufman
the
does
fringes.
it a lot. Kaufman does it a lot.
Give
He
me
says-
examples of
he says-
invisible
he says-
toxins he
says-
scares people with.
He says you're living in a toxic soup. There's all these toxins here. Buy my supplements that are really expensive. And
Hey,
I don't
I'm
know
not going to
what's in them.
defend any supplement hawkers. I'm definitely not defending supplement hawkers. That's that has really little. That is not terrain theory.
That's how he makes his money, man. That's
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm not
that's how
defending
he-
that. I don't defend it. There are a lot of these people are very questionable in the supplement hawking. I'm not questioning. I'm talking different. I'm talking terrain. I'm talking how, let's look at the pandemic, okay? And how people had to shelter in place when they weren't even proven. Oh, how do you know that you had coronavirus? You had to be tested. You had to have the polymerase chain reaction go in where the guy that invented it said with the right number of cycles, I might as well be a Buddhist. You can find anything and everyone. Don't shake your head. How am I wrong?
That's not true. He was wrong about that. Yeah, you can run PCR.
Do you use the PCR to find the coronavirus?
I can run PCR on a negative sample for 70 cycles and not find what I'm looking for.
He was wrong about what he invented. He was wrong about what he invented.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we also don't use regular PCR to diagnose people. We use quantitative PCR.
Why do you use PCR at all to locate and to find HIV and or coronavirus? These are the two big, scary viruses that in our generation, in our lifestyle. I think it's very suspicious.
What do you mean?
Use
why?
a process.
I mean, it's a technique that. Do you know what it does? Do you know what it detects?
Tell me, Doctor of Microbiology. Tell me what it detects.
I mean, like you have to. This is like.
I have to trust. I know. I have to trust. That's the problem.
No, it's that you're not even curious enough to like look at.
What we
scientists say?
I'm not curious when I have my job telling me I'm going to get fired unless I take this vaccine. That's where I'm curious.
You're repeating stories that you've heard, and you don't.
Dude, just address it. Don't tell me what stories I'm repeating. Just address the actual.
I will, but calm down. Let me talk. Because I hear the same. It's like a script. I hear it all over and over again.
It's not a script. Just
Kerry Mullis invented it. He said this. Therefore, I don't have to look into what PCR is or what it does, or even how it's used today and how it's different from how he used it back in the day. It's like if you go onto a basketball court and say, all you refs...
I don't need a metaphor. Tell me why Kerry Mullis is wrong about his own process.
All you refs are out of here.
Tell me why Kerry Mullis is wrong about his own process.
Listen, it's like going onto a basketball court and saying, all you refs are wrong, get out of here.
Dan, I don't need a metaphor. Tell me how when Kerry Mullis says, if I increase the cycles, I can find anything and anyone.
What traveling is. Kerry Mullis was wrong because we can do experimental methods today to show that he was wrong. If I have a sample that is negative, or a biological sample that is negative for a virus, I run PCR for 80, 70 cycles, it's negative. It's not going to be positive. He was wrong to say that you can find anything in any sample using PCR. Because he himself was an HIV/AIDS denier.
He was an HIV/AIDS denier. Let's go ahead and put him in a little cubby hole and say that the guy that gave us the methodology through which we find the invisible thing that I have to trust you, the experts, on, he didn't even know what he was talking about his own process.
He didn't, because you're putting him in a cubby hole of an inventor who knows what he's talking about. I'm looking at what he actually
Why would he know about his own invention?
What we can actually do with it.
Why would he know about his own invention?
Because he didn't invent qPCR. He didn't invent quantitative PCR. That's what we use today. It's much more accurate and sensitive than regular PCR. You cannot just find anything with it. So when you find a piece of nucleic acids, which I know you don't know that this is what it's used for, but when you find a piece of nucleic acids that is very specific for a virus that you can't find in human cells, you can't find in any other biological sample, it's only existing in the context of a viral particle, then you know you have that particular viral particle. And when you test someone with that method, you can say, you are infected. You may not be sick right now, you may not have symptoms, but you are infected and you should act accordingly so that you don't spread it to other people.
Here's my concern, because what you're talking about is 100% trust. I can't do any of that on my own. I have to 100% trust the integrity of science. Observable, testable, repeatable, which it's not. We've got guys like Paul Offit that you have gone.
It's very much
you
repeatable.
have picked of all the people to interview. You interview Paul Offit. Paul Offit is basically Mr. Vaccine. Back in 2008, CBS News did a report on him. He had $101.5 million in profits on a vaccine patent. Okay,
because he invented a vaccine.
Oh, well, by all means, he should be a millionaire. Then he should be a millionaire with no conflict of interest in relation to. And he's the exact guy that I want to interview on the validity of the virus vaccine paradigm. Back to, you have yet to address the 1986 Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. There's no industry in the world that has blanket liability when Bill Gates, the new vaccine. I'm
There's
sorry?
no blanket liability.
Oh, I was
What the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program did, I'll explain for you because this is a story you've been told, and I'll tell you what actually happened. The Vaccine Injury Compensation Program is meant to be a no-fault system where people who think that they have been injured by vaccines can go to
sue
that
the
court
government.